in a data center. body, house my body, move my body, work my body, jack my body, house my body, move my body. I came to work my body, jack my body, house my body, move my body, work my body, jack my body, house my body, move my body. I came here to hear house music all night long. I came to work my body, I came to jack my body. I came here to hear house music all night long. I came to house my body, I came to move my body. I came here to hear house music all night long. I came to work my body, I came to jack my body. I came here to hear house music all night long. I came to house my body, I came to move my body. You know I feel it when I hear the music. I'm in my zone, yeah, all night long. You know I feel it when I hear the music. I'm in my zone, yeah, all night long. Dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum. Work it now. Dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum. I get on the sweat. Dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum. Work it now. Dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum dum dum, dum. I get on the
All right, we got like 1 minute left. Oh, that's the next mix. Nope. All right, there we go. Hello, we're live. I can't believe I'm live. Alrighty. I mean, I can. I'm here. Hello. I'm looking at everyone. Hello. There's 3 of you here, 4 of you. I don't know. Angie and Jackie, the other Jackie, are here. Thank you. And I'm kind of posting that as a little memento. I like doing that, having a memento of the conversation there. Great conversation, because in case I have it set so that the live chat will play afterwards, but I've seen sometimes where it hasn't. I don't know, some whatever. So, oh yeah, it's been a little while since I've had a good laugh, but I'm working on it. And my guides are like, you're in a good state now. There's you've worked through a lot of stuff. Have a live stream. People are missing you, and the equipment's working really nice. And I'm looking, there's a nice strong signal from my voice. I don't have to yell. The nice timbre quality of my voice is coming through. In the background, the little bunting from Pride is there. Picture us all by the campfire, and we're just hanging out, having camp stories. All right, so this was for the title screen. This is essentially, hopefully, if you're watching this, you've seen the videos that I've done. There's on the Telluric currents. So it's I have given you the abstract and the introduction and more, and then some, in module video form, and I think it picks up at part 6 or 7, I forget which at this point. So there is the online. I have the videos posted on YouTube. All right. So as some of you know, may or may not know, I'll just go over this. You're welcome. Thank you, Angie. Good night and God bless. I take it you are heading off. If you are, have a good rest of your night. Thank you for being here, and hopefully we'll catch you again soon. All right, so I have, what I do is I have taken to, I've taken to making like modules of courses of just the information that's there that's important to know. It's presented, like this is the goal. It's presented as concise and clear as I can make it. Little to no music. I cut out the music in a lot of the videos, if not all of them, pretty much all of them. And it's just the material, and I try and keep it clear and concise in the produced videos. I do the live stream. I will take generally that same core module and I will play it again, but I'll pause it, and sometimes I will have changed it maybe a little bit. It's maybe a little different version, or like whatever. So I work with it. It's a work in progress. Even though the other one was fine as I did it, there's upgrades and updates, and it just, these type of things happen when you're doing this, that there's more information that comes in and more information that's relevant. So I do these live streams not only for the music, like so I can have the music, and because I do long live streams. We all know this, and partially I do these long live streams is to give people a chance all over the world, Australia, Arizona, AZ. Bradley is in Australia. The few people in Australia. just all over the world. David, Julie is UK. I'm trying to think of where everyone that I know is from, and there's a bunch of people in the United States all over the place. So I have long live streams with musical breaks in there because it gives everyone a chance to kind of pipe in live, and I think it's a really, really, really cool thing for people to be able to access it, parts of it across the country. It just seems to be a really good thing. I have the ability. I'm here doing nothing. I'm killing time. Like, why not? This is what it's all about, and it gives me a wonderful chance to talk to people in the chats who are here. All right, so this is the general overall kind of idea. And when, this is kind of my spoken intention here. And so when Alex is here helping me, and Alex is, doing a stream with me, I have music with Alex. He serves as a musical kind of interlude so I can kind of get ready and do what I have to do. But also, Alex really does serve a great part to this. I told him that what he does is when we have these conversations and I explain to him the lesson and he learns whatever he picks up, it's really good for him because he presents it. He kind of digests it, I think is a good way to put it. He assimilates it. That's another good way to put it. He, in the way that the average person, more closer to you all, like newcomers, are thinking of it. And there's a lot to it. And so that's part of one of the lessons is I try and work to keep these as simple and clear and concise as possible, and yet I need feedback on how well I'm doing. And there are things that, to me, are as basic as I can make them, but they are in themselves complex. So I need to work with expanded definitions on things that a lexicon is a shared definition. All right. When we use, here's a good example. When we use the same resource to get our information from, we're establishing a lexicon. So the lexicon of the Schumann Resonances becomes very important of our shared understanding of the terms. And so as part of the message, as part of the, part of my message, part of the drive here is to build a shared vocabulary, a shared understanding of the words that we're using. Well, when we talk about resonances, we talk about harmonics, we talk about frequency, we talk about velocity. A frequency versus a velocity. A velocity is an upright vertical frequency, and the frequency, in cycles per second, is a proper horizontal frequency. Okay. So there's a number of these terms. And so I'm working to make playlists and have not only videos, but also blogs, written words. Good golly in the morning. In fact, this is part of one of the missions of what I'm going to be doing here today is I'm going through this video to kind of show all the different places that I have information out there in the web that you can access my information in different places. As I build my viewer base, my subscriber, my membership base, you all who are here, I want to do something nice and wonderful and have like a special kind of introductory for those of you who are here early on. And as things are moving on, I'll be working, getting, more information out there to people that's even more complex, that's deeper, it's more profound. Anyone who's been here for a while knows I give you a completely different version of the Schumann Resonances than all the rest of everything else going on. And I'm grounded in this stuff because I have a number of years of experience doing radio and broadcast and doing audio video, making videos, editing them, fixing computers. Oh my God, Julie's here. Yay! Morning from beautiful, frosty, sunny UK Manchester. Absolutely, yes. I was just speaking of you. I'm not calling you the devil, although I might if I knew you personally more in person. Be that as it may. But I was just talking about you. UK, you're one of the people over there, David, on the other side of the big drink, as it were. No one says that, but I heard that expression once, the big drink. I think that's a nautical term. When you've taken the plunge, that last final plunge, it's called the big drink, if I remember correctly. Moby Dick, maybe? I don't know. I'm from, anyway, this area, so that's something I would have heard of. All right, so good. Now that one of the regulars is here, I can kind of shift gears a little bit and kind of get into the kind of the bulk of what I'm saying. That I'm going to this video here. So basically, I was saying that I do multiple parts of the videos, and I have them in different places so that people can access them in different ways. And some are more, the paid service is not the basic stuff. I want you to know that. Like, I have stuff out there that's information. I don't have merchandise. I have my time. The translating of all this stuff, and so. The basic stuff you have gotten for free, okay? At this point, there's enough that I can say, my guides have said to me, there's all of the basic stuff that people need is out there, right? You could stop producing more videos, it would be fine. However, that wouldn't, but people are still clueless. I mean, that's just not another way to put it. And I don't mean that in a harsh way. I'm just saying, like, this is really technical kind of stuff. It's very technical kind of stuff. And there's a learning curve to it. I'm grounded in having knowledge of, I went to school, I went to college, I have engineering courses, I have technical, I know how to I know stuff. And so for me, this is like, more radio waves. Oh, radio waves, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm totally on it. I'm digging it. So for those who aren't steeped in radio waves from the time you were 12 and you had a 8-track cassette player was your first recording. On 8-track cassette player was your first way of recording music from the radio. The first thing I ever did with a computer was I used it to encode into MP3s all the cassette tapes I had and all the albums, the very collectible albums from Mr. Packard, who worked at the A&M Records. I was going to take all of Mr. Packard's records and put them into MP3s or whatever. So the first thing I bought a computer was a P590 Pentium, a true Pentium, the first Pentium 90, that's at 90 megahertz speed of the process. That's what I learned how to do Audacity in SoundForge. It was SoundForge version 4.5, right? Well, beautiful, So, anyway, so I digress. Who's here? Oh, Bonnie! Yay! Bonnie! Oh, yes, I have. Hope. It says nope, but I think I'm sure you mean hope. Yes. Yeah, I have been. Thank you, Bonnie. Much love to you. And I've been working on the website. So, what you're actually seeing here, I'll just tell you, I'll shift gear. Now that Bonnie's here, we have a couple of the regulars. Bonnie's here. So what you're seeing here, this right here, okay, first off, this is assumedly the text that we're going to be going with right here, bang, on WordPad. Okay, that text is here. Okay, this is my website. All right, so it's in the editor right here, but this is, there we go, Telluric current. So I get 3 blog posts. This is our, with no picture in this one, but this is our text for today, theoretically, assumedly. So this is all part 1 to 5. I think the first video I posted was at part 6 or maybe 7, I forget what. Sleepy eyes and thumbs. Yeah. Yay. Eva. Hello, Eva. Oh, Norway. Look at that. See? Yeah, people all over the world. In fact, I have someone from Norway. I think I have someone from Denmark, or maybe two people from Norway. Norway. One of Strom, I think, is from over there in that general area, Denmark or Norway, one of those countries. Yes, Denmark. I think it's Denmark. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, yes, thank you. Thank you, Eva. All right, so what you're seeing on the screen next to me, let me move me out of the way. All right, so this is my website. It's live. Okay, you can see up here. I don't have the domain. It's still in process. Okay, so it's still in the process. I don't have everything all I called it a soft opening because it's like the live, it's, that's what you do in business. You get everything up and running, and then you start troubleshooting everything. So a soft opening, in case you didn't know, is when a business is up and running for business, but they haven't shook everything down yet. There's still some, bugs in the work. It's a soft opening. We got to get everything up and running, and I've done that with the video, studio that I'm in right now. Is that I started with a, Samsung J3, and for goodness sakes, I'd still be working with it. I like that method, but whatever. I get, there's way more going on. So, I put the Samsung J3 method to bed, but essentially, that was what it took to get started. So that's one of the things that this studio, my doing this is it's about a lesson. And the same thing Wages World talks about, that if you have something to say it. Do it the most simple way you can. Just get the message out there, get it going, get it happening, and then finesse it later on, right? So I got the YouTube, I got the this, got a D-Live, got the blah blah. Now I get a website, okay, because I wanted to have one place where I could have a clearinghouse of all of the stuff that I have on my browser. And I have dozens of tabs on my browser that are open for all kinds of information that I like, different. Good example. Cumiania is referred to as the Italian site. Okay, it's the one that Disclosure News goes to. Okay, that is, I will find it for you here. Where's the other one? Oh, these things don't want to cooperate. Let me find this for you. Doo-doo. Other tabs. All right. Got browsers all over the place. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So I want to have one place where I get all the information. So when we talk about Cumiania, it's generally this one here. No, it's not. That's not it. That is not it. Sorry, Cumiania. There it is. All right. So that was just, I'm all over the place. Don't listen to me. This right here is Russia. This is Tomsk. All right. And then the other one, we talk about the Italian stream. Okay. So the Italians have this one. This is the common one that everyone goes to, Cumiania. You see that. All right. And if you were to go here, I'm going to show you. Ooh, hold on. Lost my little pad here. All right. So if you were to go to, let me get my little mouse over here. The mouse is coming over here. The other one. All right. So this here. So this is the local Italian feed. This is Disclosure News. .it. All right. The affiliate. I'm calling them an affiliate. They're providing a feed. So they have somewhere here, way down here. There it is. There it is. Somewhere here. I scooted over it. Boop, boop, boop. You saw it. We saw it. There it is. There it is. Don't touch it. All right. So they do. Right? This is Disclosure News. They have the Nevada. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's nice. Thank you, Trish. So what I just showed you, this is the home website for what everyone refers to as the Italian site. But I need to remind you, the Italians are a network. So the Italians have 16 stations. In case you didn't know, they're now up to 16 individual stations for monitoring all sorts of VLF signals. And I can't find them. I'm not going to, the browser's not cooperating. So I'm not going to take you on that. But trust me, there's, 5 I could take you to right now. One's Etna, right? These are seismic stations. All right. You got to remember this. The VLF are seismic. This is seismic information right here, okay? So I'm showing you real current. Oh, this is over in Comania, Northwest. You see where it is. That's showing you right there where it is. And they're telling you, they're giving you coordinates right there. Bam, bam, bam. That's their vertical. That's what you would call the vertical conductivity. That's the electrical. That's Marconi antenna right there. Big ass thing. Look at that. How high they have it up in the air. Okay. And this is, again, the location. This is the VLF monitoring. Okay. You're not seeing the seismic meter here. Okay. But you're seeing the decibel. These are decibels. So if it's in the red, it's at that decibel, that decibel. And these are negative. This is negative 100, that's negative 50. So somewhere around like negative 60, it's the white. So these are all like negative 60. And it's pico. It's on the pico scale, so it's negative. Okay, that's why all this is negative, because these are very tiny size waves. I just spilled my coffee because I'm so bright as to not put the lid on it. So, okay. So, this is one of the stations. Okay. So, all right. So, okay. So, kind of getting back to where I was at. We have the, why I'm doing the, hello, you can get out of here. So why I'm doing this website, among other things, it's like, I don't even need to it doesn't even need to kind of, I don't need to kind of explain why I should need a website, however, I will, and I can, because the thing about the website is that it allows me to play live streams and not get them copyright infringed through the music. Every single one of these, maybe not every single one, but the majority of these videos that I've done, the live streams that I've done, when it goes out into a video form, it gets hit with a copyright claim. So that means that I don't, it's not a strike, okay, but you can kind of see where I'm going with this, that because in some cases it's a copyright claim of the music, right? I don't own the music, the claim to the music. I'm allowed to play it, and up to a point, it's a live, But once the algorithm catches it as music, then the computer algorithm, playing it live is different from it being recorded. In case you didn't know, So if it's live, you can kind of get away with it. Unless there's someone in the show that recorded or whatever. But live is different. Once it's recorded onto a medium and played publicly, and you would have to, theoretically, I got to obtain the rights from those people themselves, and not Aaron, who supplied me with the music, the wonderful music. So, and even if I give credit to Aaron, it's still not credit to the band where it goes, right? This is all complicated and not complicated kind of at the same time. So I'm not going to take you over to the YouTube page, but on a lot of these in the countries, and I think there's 4 or 5 countries that have listed that I don't have any members in, any subscribers in, but it's banned. The music is banned in certain countries, over in the Far East or whatever, Syria, North Korea, whatever. So I want to have a platform, a format where I can play those live streams, the music I want to play, and not get caught up in YouTube's algorithm. Autumn, hello, Autumn. BoobTube's algorithm that jimmies me up on it and stops to. My channel is open for monetization, but I have not monetized it at this point. Just so you know, that's why there's no commercials on my stuff, is because I haven't monetized it. But I'm at the point now where I can monetize YouTube, but I'm not going to. I don't want to. I don't want commercials on it. I don't want their advertising. I don't want them to bust this up into 5 segments where you get hit by a video and you get to hit skip ads. No, we're not doing that with my videos. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no ads on my videos. No. I get paid otherwise. I have bikes. Did I show you the bikes? All right, let's see if I can do this gently. Behind the scenes. I got bikes. That's how I finance the, give me a break. No, the basic information is free. And that also includes free to you not getting lambasted with ads that you may not want to hear or see, right? Who knows what they're going to advertise on my thing? No. You want to, if you want to support me, go to my thing and buy a Zoom session with me. And we're going to talk about the video, the YouTube, the channel in a little bit. Okay. But one of the great things about this, yes, if I had any cassette tapes, I would have refused to throw them away as well. Yes, if I had any of that stuff still left, but the universe saw its way fit to take it from me, so I don't have that option anymore. However, I am sympathetic with cassette players very much. Okay, so I'm going to say this, and the link to the website is in the description. Okay, so one of the great things about this, I'm going to pause me. One of the great things about, look at this. Okay. So one of the great things about my website is you can chat. Okay. Like, look at this. Isn't this awesome? It's not a group chat. I'm pretty sure it's not a group chat. I might be able to set it up for a group chat, but it's one-on-one, which is fine. That's one person is all that I can really manage. So that is a great function. So I wanted to point that out to all of you, right? This is my website this is live now. This is live. And I'm going to be finding a way that I can actually, this is in the works. Alex and I are working on this. So I'm going to be, you know how like Mark Pyers does a twin stream? If you've ever been to DLive, you'll have seen his thing. Okay. So he can stream to YouTube and DLive at the same time. Eventually I'm going to do that. Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to be having, I'm getting all this set up. So I do have the capability of doing a dual live stream, but not in the same way that he does. I have 2 different things set up, but I can still do that. But that's in the works. And I would like to do live Zoom meetings with people, on the air so that people can ask questions. Here's where I'm at. I've given you everything you need to know. There's nothing more I can give you that, at this point. You don't need more information. What people need is the information that's there that I've provided, explained in more detail, explained in layers of, you don't need more complexity in this, right? This is what my guides are telling me. People don't, right? It's as simple as I've tried to make it. in some cases, oh, hello, Julie Escherst, Julie David. So in some cases, I can't make it more simple, but I need to explain it in a different way, right? It's like there are things, the word frequency, like, man, people misuse the word all the time. So that's why it's confused, right? Does this make sense? Part of what I as a mentor need to do is tangle through the misperceptions and misconceptions that people have in their mind from all the idiots out there who are misusing the words. Once we can get the words untangled to what they actually mean relative to the accepted science, right? You know, we're not reinventing the wheel. That's what makes this so great. I'm just explaining to you what is already here. We're not retranslating or any of that. I'm not putting it in ascension-based bullshit, 5D, gamma, blah, blah, whatever. False narrative bullshit you want to use. There is a point where, you know, like that's one of the benefits of having Alex with me when doing this, is that he is the average person on the street, and he takes what I say because he knows me, and he, you know, he's been exposed to this as well. So he, you know, he brings it down to an average everyday person level. I think that's the best way to put it. And so that's one of the reasons why it's so wonderful to do this with Alex, that he provides a like an anchor for me. You know, I think you know what I'm saying, but he, you know, he kind of brings it down to the average everyday person level, for sure. Right? I mean, I do my best. You know, I went to high school. I know what I remember high school, what I read in high school. Then again, I was kind of in the college prep, so like, you know, like, all right, you know, there was that. And my mother read to us from, you know, I went into kindergarten knowing how to read, just for the record. You know, I knew my ABCs, and I knew how to, you know, like I knew stuff going into it, you know. And that was because my mom loved me, loved us. She did that with, you know, me and my sister both, not just me. So the basic text. So I'm pointing this out because the basic text that I'm going to be going from is here on my website. This is a shareable link. It's free. I'm going to have a members area for the, you know, those who've given me money in some way, or, you know, you give me a donation. You know, there's the more, you know, there's a part for the core people who are great. And, you know, and I just want to say this, $1, you know, like Patreon, they give you $1. You know, most of the stuff I have is on Patreon is for free. It's up to the public. Again, my guides have been very clear about this. All of the basics you need to provide to people for free. So at this point, all of the basics are out there. Good luck trying to decipher it. You know, it's written as simply as I can, but I can't, you know, I cannot just dismiss it and say, well, it's up to you. You know, good luck. I'm off to bigger and better things, right? No, it's not. We're in this together, right? And so, you know, I need to work with people. I need to make sure it is in a digestible fashion. Okay. All right. So this is the text. All right. So I got to find. Okay. So I'm going to navigate my website to see how well I can do this. All right. Because I have all the basic information here that I need for the lesson. All right. So let me scoot this in here as such. Okay. And let me get out of my own way. And at some point, it would have been nice for me to have set this up in a whole other thing, but I wasn't necessarily planning on doing exactly this, but hey, whatever. Okay. So this is, let's see if I can get to where I'm going. Doop, boop, boo. Are you working? Oh, no, you're not working at all. All right. Dashboard. All right. Let's see if I can get there through the dashboard. Bum, bum, bum. Not my blog. I'm still learning how to do this as well, just for the record. All right, we got something. All right. You failed to. Oh, that's nice. You all failed to download. Okay. All right. Well, this one here. Are we going to play? All right. Well, let's make sure we save it. All right. All right. This is going to take me where I need. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. So, all right. This wasn't where I wanted to go, but this is allegedly my home page. It's supposed to be my home page. Okay. This has. Where are you? There I am. Okay. So, this has. As the work in progress here, this is supposed to be the home page when you first come to it, just for the purpose of doing this how I want it, is that. Yes, thank you, Eva. I appreciate that. All right, so this right here is going to be the name of this is basically sensor readings or meter reading, sensor meter reading, something like that. And this will have all of the the scattered information that I have from all over the place of the different meter readings. I want it to be like one solid place of all of the meter readings that I can come up with, like everything, the VLF, the 5 different Italian VLFs, and then also explain what they are and what, and have a section where you can click on each of those and it'll explain to you what makes it different, what makes it significant, why it's important, and all of that. All right. So you see this is spaceweathernews.com. I'm not going to click on them, but, these are, this actually I will click on that. Open in a new link. All right. So this is where I had just shown you. This is the VLF reading, and then, can I go back? No. All right. Whoop. That's not right. All right. And so this one goes to Tomsk. And this one goes to Space Weather News. Yeah, see, they're all working there. Right, there we go. All right, so this will all be together. And then I will have here, in this section down here, I will explain. There will be more that I won't have the links of. The major ones will all be up there. And then we'll have way more down there. And so you can see in the background here, hopefully this should be, you can see it in the background. This is actually the link that it provides. I love the way they let me do this. As the background, you're looking at the live feed from Tomsk, and so I can tell it's live right there, right on the spot, the 27th, So this is giving us the live running from Tomsk as we're going along. So I can see if there's some weird whacked out problem in the amplitude, I can see a problem. There's the amplitude and the quality, and there you go. That's I'm updated right there. You're updated. You go there, boom. Oh, hey, okay. This is. I want to do this for you guys. For me, I need this, and so if it's going to be good for me, I know in this respect it'll be good for you because I have this as an idea of making it at our place, and so then there's going to be a members place where we can go and hang out after Wages World or whatever, or after Mark Pyers, and just it'll be like a little clubhouse with the people, for people, the ones we like, the people we like. Okay, so all right, so I need to get over to where my videos are. All right, that's there. All right, so I'm still working on this, like I said. And I'm trying to figure out how to get from place to place. And if anyone has worked with Wix sites, let me know. All right. Actually, you know what we'll do? Let me click the link, see if I can get us over to YouTube. All right. Do. Actually, now would be a good place for some music. Hold on. All right. I think I have it. Got something. All right. So I'm still working with how to do this, how to get everything to link up, and I don't know if you've ever done a website, but it's more complicated than you might think. I Even when they provide a template and you know how it works, generally, it's like, oh man, no, I have all the elements. I'm a hardware guy, so I have all the elements in place. I don't know how to link them all up, you know. It's like, Alex, I build a studio. I don't know what to do with it. It's a great studio. I can talk. What can you do? Oh, music. Oh, good. I need one of them. So Alex is doing all right. He does DoorDash, and that's how he kind of makes some money. And he and I are going to work on the website together. And so it's really important. There I am. Yay. I love me. And I even spelled it right, it looks like. But I guess I can change that. So he and I are working on this together. And, you know, I want to have it so that, you know, my popularity allows him a, you know, platform to do kind of, you know, or the Schumann Resonances popularity, if that would be the case, the God's willing, you know, that people hear a good positive word. And he's, you know, I mean, the acoustic guitar is one of the least offensive musical instruments you could have, and play it wrong, play it incorrect, it's still not offensive. I told Alex that, you know, it's not like drums where you got to get it right, otherwise you're just annoying, you know. You know, an oboe, what do you got? A violin, even then still. Like my sister Holly, like, no. A bowed instrument does not, just for the record, a bowed instrument needs to be played correctly. Otherwise, just stop it. It's not for you if you can't make it sound harmonious. Whereas an acoustic guitar, like it sounds great. You don't have to sound. You don't have to be that good, but it's not offensive. A ukulele, a banjo, a piccolo. There's a whole wide range of musical instruments that you really need to be halfway decent on for you not to be offended by them. A bassoon, a tuba, trumpet, like all the brass instruments, any percussion, you just like half of the orchestra, basically, of the instruments of an orchestra, you need to play them well, Again, anything with a bow, like, all right, brass, that's half of the orchestra right there, So, relatively speaking, an acoustic guitar is one of the, I told Alex this at the beginning, an acoustic guitar is one of the least offensive forms of music that if you don't have it right, people aren't going to get up and walk away from you. The kazoo, harmonica, you start thinking about what you could take with you that's portable, like they're a mouth harp. There really isn't many portable instruments that if you don't do well on them, it's going to be, don't worry about it. Keep strumming. It's all right. A campfire, I'm a campfire kind of guy. Right? So just everything has to sound good by a campfire. Just got to remember that. We don't want to be attracting, wild beasts or some shit, So this is right. This is the home page. It's not supposed to be, but this is how it's going to look, hopefully, when it's done. Oh, I love that. I love that. Look at that. Contact us. Place where you can put... and this is my street address I'm putting up here, by the way. Here. And that's my phone number. If you didn't know what that number was, you wouldn't know it's my text number. Right? It doesn't say... Right? You'd say, oh, maybe you could guess that. But, all right, you got to be shrewd. You gotta look with me. I'm making you work for it. But it's there. And so these are some of the videos that I've done right here. Okay. And this is what we are going to play from tonight. Oh, look at this. So there's a bunch of my videos. Look at this. I linked my YouTube channel, so all of my videos are here. Will be. I don't know. I can't sell it too much. I have to, let's go here. Let's actually see what we got. Part 1, 2, part 1, no, not the, what are we, next one, all right, so this should be, all right, no, because I haven't done that on YouTube, all right, so, this having been the introduction of the website, this soft opening introduction, thank you for all that you're here, the only one missing is Bradley, technically here. Otherwise than that, pretty much, and Robed. Robed is missing. Strom, the 10. There's 10 of you. You know who you are. If you have to ask, you're probably not in it, except for someone. One of you asked, and I said, well, yeah, of course you are. Source loves everyone equally. I'll just say that. Source loves everyone equally. But members get benefits. You get my time. You get the chat. You get some time with me to chat. Go over to my website. Chat me up. The link for it is in my, my description. And I'd love to chat with you. Like it's a chat. I'm making a website, a text that I'm available anytime. If you know where my website is, you can ask me. And I know that among everyone else, I know Bradley will certainly go over there first and text me. So if you think you're more, I shouldn't say that. But if you think you're more of a dedicated fan than Bradley, go over there now and we'll see. But anyway, I shouldn't put people against each other like that. That's not, I only mean it with good intentions. You folks are wonderful. I love all of you. And, I got to sell this up somehow, maybe just my prize-winning personality will do it. I don't know. All right, so I'm going to... all right, so we're at the point, I think, I introduced a bunch of stuff. I stalled as long as I could. I gotta get the player out here. There is a few videos that I have that are the explanation of the Telluric. All right, so I got to open this up. Like opening up my thingamabob here. This whole mix, all the way through, is fabulous. I have to say. Hello, I'm Verdi Augusto, and this is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate the comments, the love, the support. Remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Am I on? Sorry to do that to you. Yes, I am on. All right, so I'm live. Okay, yay, all right. The great thing about having all these toys is that you got to test them out and check them, and sometimes they're not working or either blah, 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 whatever. You don't need to know that. Anyway, all right. So, so this is, I'm going to play this. I need to tell you this. There's a few of you, and like I said, except for Bradley, essentially, the people that I care about in life are like right here. You know, except for, you know, like Wages. He's wonderful. And there's a few other people, obviously, you know, that aren't really going to be here. But you know, just in general speaking, the folks who are here in the live stream here and this channel, and the reason I'm doing the video stuff for, you are what matter most in my life. I don't have a family. You know, my family's all gone. Right, there isn't any reason for me to still be sticking around here in this place except to work people through the Schumann Resonances and what really is the shit from the Shinola, quite honestly. You know, neither one of those is really good, you know. You know, the stuff from the shit from the Shinola, you know, and I do as I'm told. My guides, you know, they work me through this. And so it's been a rough time going from a tent in the woods, which is kind of where I prefer, to having a studio, a freaking full functioning studio. That I you know, I've had this before. This isn't brand new. I've done this. I wasn't expecting to do it again once the universe took it from me in August of 2011, I think it was. You know, that was kind of the pinnacle of the depth was August 2011 when I lost everything, and except Scrappy. I hadn't lost Scrappy, my friend and faithful companion, Mr. Scrappy Doo, the Basset, right? So I lost him in September of that year. Um, it was awful. So that was kind of my, the depth. And I tried to commit suicide at that point, and just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just done with this. So, and when I tried that, it was with, my other career before this was chronic alcoholic. So, believe it or not. And, I have a family history of it. So I was already had 2 feet in the door, both feet in the door. And so at that point, I hadn't found true recovery and serenity and all of that. And so at that point, and around November, I had just said, I've had enough. After Scrappy had passed on, and half of my friends had been gone, and everyone tried to make it final. Like, I'm done. I've had enough, right? My life is done. Well, I don't fucking care. And my guides had said to me, this is not going to be successful, don't you? And I said, I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. And an alcoholic can't kill himself with pills or alcohol, right? You can't drink. If you're an alcoholic at a certain point, you really can't in one night. I mean, it could. It happens. It's not like it doesn't. But, if there's a plan for you, people have survived all kinds of stuff that you'd be amazed that anyone could survive it. Nope. Yep. That's me. I've outlived, I can't say I've cheated death. I've tried to cheat death, and death is not cheatable. I assure you that. You cannot cheat death. Not ever. If you came close to the end and it didn't take you, then there's a reason for you to be. You haven't cheated anything. There's a reason for you to be here. So, that's one of the lessons of death, is that I shall not be cheated. If I don't want you, it's because you're not wantable. You still have more work to do. Go and do your work, and then you can come and see me later, and we'll have a better time of it. You can come and see me in your right mind instead of all half-twisted. It's not a coup for death to take you when you're half there anyway, and you wanting to be dead. That's not anything. Death doesn't want you frequently. That's why a lot of suicide attempts are not, I'll just tell you this, why a lot of suicide attempts are not successful, not because people don't mean it, not because they didn't try, I assure you. It's not for lack of trying, It's because death is intelligent, and death is smarter than you or me, and it knows. It's not going to be cheated. If Pororia acha tara aka ara ua ua satarara chikarara kuka kakifukumu usatara chikarara dududumabacha. Death is not ever going to be cheated. There's a grand accounting that comes. And when it comes your time, you either can face it because it's that time, or you can try and get out of it. But the inertia that goes with you trying to, you're not going to be successful. If you're living a dirty life and you're living on the edge, eventually it will take you. And that's part of one of the things of humans, that you can be allowed another chance, and yet another chance, and yet another chance that you couldn't get elsewhere. There are no other worlds that you would be getting the chances that you get repeatedly on Earth to mess up, and substantially, catastrophically mess up, and still live to tell it. In the Castaneda books, Carlos Castaneda, Don Juan tells Castaneda, death is over your left shoulder. It is 6 feet behind you, where you just barely can see him. It's in the shadows, but it is always there. That is the way of the warrior he talks about. And the only way that you know what is real, there's ordinary reality and non-ordinary reality. And if you're not ready for the non-ordinary reality, it will come and get you. It will reap you. And so one stays on the beaten path. Otherwise, one becomes nutrients for the things that live off of the beaten path. And so escaping the clutches of death, okay, that's a thing. 8 people have survived that I know of. 8 people have survived to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. And every single one of them report that before they hit the ground, before they hit the water, their life, the problems of their lives became obvious. Not only did the problems become obvious, the solution to the problems of their life. So everything that they had built up, like this is the little giggle, the little joke of the universe, the little giggle of the universe, that they say your life passed before your eyes, right? Well, if it's that time, you look at what you've done, and you end with a smile on your face, okay? If it's not, your life flashes before your eyes, and you tried to commit it early, right? You tried to end it early. All of the secrets to the problems, the resolution to the problems become revealed, right? It's opened. Like, in every single, movie where the villain explains it before he and the good guy gets away. Well, that's sort of it. You don't have a confession of sorts, but there is this other side of the universe gives you this little kind of giggle, because if you make it, if you survive, you will need to have that advice on the other side. And not everyone, and I kind of wonder if part of it is as they're going down, if the answer is being provided, how simple some of them can be, if that doesn't just deflate people even more. If that doesn't, just knowing, wow, it was that simple and that's all I had to do, or this and that, or that, or that, or they didn't really mean that, or holy fuck, like, I shouldn't laugh. But I can guarantee you, I'm one of the very few people who will kind of talk about suicide with a little chuckle and a giggle, having been there, knowing how difficult and yet how easy it can be. Right, both. It can happen. When it's time, right? It's not about what waits you on the other side. It's how you go out that's more important. Like, that's my humble view. It's not what's waiting for you. It's how you've lived and how you decide to live till the very end. Right? And it's my humble view. Right? And I think it's really important that, as we go through this time and you're looking at everything falling around you, everything is collapsing. This is the time of the harvest. I've said this before. I incarnated here at this time so I could help with the harvest. Am I an alien? No, I'm in fucking human form, right? But there's a whole lot more else beyond this that's happening. There's a crisis in physics right now. Okay, a lot of people don't realize it. There's maybe a few, but one of the biggest problems is they get to dark matter, right? Like, anyone that knows anything has an opinion on it and this and that. But scientifically speaking, the experts talk about guess outs all for all and all for all. Hello, Bobby Cheesy. So I'm reading the comments. All right. I'm not sure what that comment and for all meant. All right. So they talk about dark matter, and they've come to the conclusion that the universe, 96% of the known universe is dark matter. 94 maybe percent, whatever, hard to tell. And they've concluded that they can't find it. Essentially, they're looking. They've poured a whole lot of money into it, and what they're finding is actually dust that's taking up more space in the universe than they had known. Right. This is first and foremost. So the problem with finding dark matter is, it's literally not findable. It's sort of an oxymoron. And so I've explained it to people this way. They took God, they took religion out of science, which is fine. You took God out of the equation. But then what happened is 96% of the universe went missing. They have the instruments to find it, right? They're advanced enough to be able to, the self-aware and all of this and, the pinnacle. 96%, once they removed God, and not religion, right? That religion is a bullshit thing, but God, the creator, creative intention of the universe, a divine purpose, like that's what we're talking about. That it's not random, right? So-called random science, they ejected God out of the equation, out of theory, theorem, hypothesis, right? Theory is God, the divine. Well, they've taken the divine out of the equation, and then they're, oddly enough, missing 96% of the universe. Right? You take the divine out of Theo, and you're borked, basically. You're fucked. So, we understand. Oh, well, thank you for subscribing. I'm not sure what might have been some more here conversation that I'm not getting. I don't know, but I'm kind of just sticking with what I'm working with here. All right. So I don't venerate science, right? There's the accepted science that we have to understand with the Schumann Resonances. It's not, science isn't God, right? There's more to this. There's a bigger picture, yet still, what we're talking about here is earth science. We're talking about understanding the earth, the principles as it is, as it's already, it's already working. It's already a working system. We're not trying to reassess it and get in there and be, cavaliers of science and, we're going to save science. This isn't what we're doing here. We're looking at what's already established, and then there's parts of it that are outside. And there are much more parts of it that are outside that get factored out by science, right? So part of what we're doing here is we're looking through both what's accepted and we're trying to see what they're hiding in there. That's fine, but if it already works, it kind of works, and you got to kind of understand it as it is up to a point, because it's important to understand that the other side of this, the Earth's heartbeat being 7.8 hertz, is a false narrative that is easily debunked. And I've made this a point in my Facebook posts, and I'm making it a point here of why this particular information is so extremely important, because this takes us out of the false narrative of the Earth's heartbeat is 7.83 and it's going to be rising because Earth's frequency and all, but easily debunkable stuff, right? You have to understand that it wasn't, this narrative was set out for people. In the same way that conspiracy theories are, it's crafted to be easily debunkable, okay? It's important that everyone who's watching this now or in the future understands why it's so important. This information, the Telluric information, not just because of the stuff with Dutch, that's important for people to understand, and him talking about the quakes that are around the power lines, right? That's what relates to this as well. So those who follow Dutch, Oh, okay. Okay, no worries. We send you love, and for all. Thank you. We're gonna Mutsuriacha hara aya ua pum pum puntuste tracha ara. There we go. No worries. You can text me if you'd like. You have my text number on the website. I gave, right? The chat. So if you know where to go, you can get to my website. I would love to, you could chat with me. My number's there. You all are wonderful. Okay. I don't need more subscribers. I need more quality subscribers. People who are not offended by the truth. You know, like, I'm just here because I'm a messenger. And unfortunately, people will shoot the messenger because they don't like the message. And that's fine. Much love. I love you all. All right, so this video here in the background that's going to be playing shortly is explaining why it has been difficult to do this series of videos, why and wherefore it's been difficult for me. And I needed to do this because I was going through a rough period. And I am done with this. I can be a whole lot more ruder to people. With the amount of doneness I possess, the amount of fucks that I don't give, how little I care about the majority of people's talking and the words, how much like I have to ask my guides daily, please help me with this because I'm done. I personally am truly done with this. I know it's waiting. But my guides say it's all in time. It's all in time. Daniel. Oh, see, when one leaves, another good one comes in. There you go. Get rid of the bad, the good will come in its place. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Daniel. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here, Bonnie. Thank you for being here, Julie. David, who was here? David. His wife's account is Julie. Trish, of course. Thank you. Eva. Angie, I think you went. Yeah. Yeah, so whoever's here. 5, 6 of you, whoever's here. And I just want to thank you. So this is not easy doing this, being here, having to be in the public spotlight. I've stayed shy. I have stayed shy of being in the public spotlight because I've not wanted to be a moving target. It's that simple. And I stayed in the spotlight for as long as I could. Stayed behind in the shadows as long as I could. Believe me. And if I could get away with that, staying behind the curtain, I would be doing that. However, it's time. It's time. And I need to do these live streams with people because you know, like you all need to hear it, you all need to see it, you all here are wonderful, you're beautiful people. I need to be here doing this. I can't get taken out of school yet. I can't graduate yet. I get to teach some classes here before it's time, and watch more of the eggs break as we're making the big omelet of society. You know, people need to be helped. Good words. People need good words. You know, enough humans have used crappy, shitty words, quite honestly. And I think it's time people use good words. Yeah, a lot of people haven't gotten that low. But, you know, the thing is, like, everyone can, most people, anyone I care about, put it this way, anyone who's a human being can understand having lost people in their lives and having lost their stuff, and but not everyone can, though. You know, not everyone has empathy, not everyone has sympathy. For empathy, the difference between empathy and sympathy is that empathy basically means that by me helping you, I'm also helping myself, right? I've been there. I can put myself in your place. If I don't help you, it would be bad for me. Sympathy is, I haven't been where you're at, and I don't want to be where you're at. So let me help you, let me help you in some way if I can. I can't personally identify with that, but I feel something for you, right? And so I would humbly submit both empathy and sympathy, two sides of the coin of compassion, are what's missing in society. And a lot of people are hurt, and they're walking around hurt and hurting other people because they're not able to release what is bothering them. And part of what my guide said is that there are your people, me, you got to know your people and work with your people and help them at this time. It's like it's now. Now is the time that a lot of the shit is supposed to have been stuff that is supposed to have been broken a while ago is now breaking down. The last vestiges, the toughest nuts to crack, are the ones that are starting to come down now. But everyone, even the muggles, the norms, the normies, the long-time Earth residents who may not ever rise up much more in this life, even them, even the dumbest of the bunch, are able to see it. And that's what's, that's what is where we're at now, is that even the most awake are starting to wake up, and they're not liking what they see. But it's time. It's been time that people need to have to get out of their slumber. And as all of the infants are waking up, there's not any other better way to put it, all the kids are waking up, things are getting very complicated and very confusing and very tangled, and everyone has some idea, but no one really knows. And so this is one of the things that we're talking about here, is how to keep your head when everything's breaking down. Hey, excuse me. All right. So I've been going through kind of a dark night of the soul. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but that's, most people understand what that means. I had to make these videos. Before I got to the meat of the videos, I had to make this kind of introductory video. I kept trying to do a short introduction to the Telluric thing, and it just kept going off the rails into something else. And so I wasn't able to be coherent in a short period of time of why it's important. And I wound up making like almost an hour's worth of videos explaining why it's been difficult doing the Telluric, getting into this Telluric information as a section of itself. All right, so with that introduction, I'm just going to start the video. I have started it, and I'm at the very beginning of this. And so that's all right. So that's the kind of long and short of this. There's a few videos. I got to play them here. Otherwise, I may not put these on YouTube, but I want to put it here. So, all right. So on that cheery note, I'm going to play these now. Ooh, somewhere here. If you're new here, welcome. Make sure to watch the other videos on the channel so you get a good idea of what's happening. All right, so today is Saturday. I think we're in Saturday. It's the 12th of February. Thank you all for being here. Today's video is going to be talking about this idea of the heartbeat of the planet. In the Schumann Resonances, one of the most common narratives that we hear is this narrative that 7.83 is Earth's heartbeat, which comes from the planet itself. And as I understand it, the narrative goes that Earth's heartbeat resonating at 7.8 kind of like vibrates out into the environment. So the Earth's kind of pulsating vibrates out 7.8 hertz into the environment. This is what I understand the narrative goes, and that because Earth's vibrations are increasing, the Schumann resonance is going to be increasing as well. All right, so we come into this with that as an established narrative of a lot of people, and so regularly I see in comments the questions that people answer why you're here to the Facebook group. The answers I get are seeing Earth's vibrations, the increase of the frequency. This is not a small bit of the population who believe this about the Schumann resonances. The narrative I just gave you is the greater view of what the Schumann resonances are from what I understand. My involvement here in this community for the last year, this is, I think, my summary in general of, the belief behind what people are here for. And by here, I mean looking for more information on the Schumann resonances. Watching my videos, going to the Facebook groups. I'm a moderator for one, and I'm the administrator for two. So I'm personally involved in the kind of the administration of two Facebook groups on the Schumann resonances. And pretty much at this point, the only thing that I do in my spare time involves Schumann resonances. So if I'm not working for the boss and I'm not eating, then I'm involved in the Schumann resonances, and this is what I do for my full-time, pretty much my full-time anything else. All right, so anyway, so we're going to be discussing this narrative of what exactly is the Earth's heartbeat. I'm not discussing this from the narrative of Earth, from the ascension seekers narrative, as I say, as I call it. I'm discussing this from the viewpoint of, well, we're looking at both of these actually, right? I'm looking at this from what the research tells me, as well as what, I'm looking at both sides of this. What there is what it actually is, and there's what people believe it is, and I can't just dismiss it just because it's not what the the research says and just dismiss it simply because it's a belief. I can't do that. So that's what makes this so difficult. Even though there is the narrative of the belief that is not correct, I still need to address both of these narratives, and the reason why becomes clear. So even though there is the correct narrative, we still have to discuss both of these narratives in this video. And so honestly, that's why this has been such a difficult video here for me to make. I keep writing and writing about it, and I would rather write about this than not actually talk about it, because it's a difficult subject matter to discuss. And I'm looking at this, I'm 5 minutes into it, I haven't even begun to get into the subject matter because this is so difficult for me to talk about in general. I'm fine with talking about what's correct and what's proper, and I would prefer not to talk about what's not correct, but I can't do that. I have to talk about what's correct and the belief as if they're both equal and exactly the same. And this is what's driving me crazy. So on that cheery note, I'm going to move on with the material. This is part one of, oh good God, there is a article, there's a couple articles involved, but specifically the one article that I'm interested in, we're going to be talking about eventually, is this one here. Earth electricity, a review of mechanisms which cause telluric currents in the lithosphere. So this is our goal of what we're going to be talking about eventually. Before I get to this, I need to address the issue of the two narratives go side by side. One I'm calling the false narrative of the religion of Schumanism. And so part of the reason why we need to discuss this belief system of Schumanism is because if we don't, we're hiding behind a veil, more veil. There is more illusion, there's more of a veil. And it is my reasoning and my understanding of why I'm doing this to present the factual, correct information so that you have it properly. But in the process of doing this, I also have to address what is the myth of this. And so that we can look at all of the research on the science of it, the actual correct, what's really happening, in addition to the beliefs that are powered by imagination and not data and research. So that's why this is a difficult discussion for me here in this. That's why this is a difficult project, because this is not just dealing with the one subject that I can show you the research on the antennas, for example, that the antennas actually measure resonance and all of that and what it is. This is way beyond that. All right? Maybe a little beyond that, maybe way beyond this, because part of this, like I said, is what is provable. The research says this, and the discussion of the Schumann Resonances should be, at least here, just what this is, just what the data says. We can't do that here because I will be explaining this in the video that I am going to be making. All right, so this has been the forward to the introduction of this presentation on Earth's heartbeat. Right, so I'm going to pause this for a minute so I can have a drink and collect my bearings. Hello. I'm Verdi Augusto, and this is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for being here. If you are new here, welcome. Thank you for being here. Remember, please, to like, share, comment, and subscribe. That way you will be able to see more of what comes out from a creator, content creator. All right, so I'm just going to get right into it. This particular video is going to be difficult for me to make, and so that's why I've been taking my time compiling it, because there's a lot of writing that's involved in this, and this was one of those hot button topics, I think that's a good way to put it, of the Earth, the heartbeat of the planet. That's generally speaking what the subject is dealing with right here. And it's been difficult because it's not just like much of the Schumann Resonances, but specifically with this one here in particular. This is at the core of a lot of difficulty, and that's why this has been a difficult one to do, because there's such a tangle that's needed to be addressed to move through the understanding of this to what the proper knowledge should be of the process that's happening. Okay, so the reason why we are doing this is to give a proper understanding of what's happening, and to look at the entirety of the Schumann Resonances, not just from the actual science, but the belief aspect of it too. So that's what makes this such a such an all-encompassing topic, is that we're not just dealing with the topic itself, but also a belief, the basis of what I'm calling the religion of Schumannism, because there's not a better way to put it, but there's a certain core set of beliefs that are based on a misperception of what the science actually is. All right. So this is what we're going to talk about. This is why it's, for me, difficult, because this is a very delicate, I think, subtle, I'm not sure what the word is. There may not even be a word for this, but this is a very complicated, complex issue that I have to address in its entirety. I don't want to, because I have a hard time working through these type of things, miscommunications and misperceptions. But because this is part of what we're doing here at the Schumann Resonances, I need to deal with the entirety of this issue. Not just the facts, but also the story, the narrative, the false narrative that goes with it. All right, so without much further ado, I'm going to move on to the material. Okay, so the usually, most times, I go through and explain what the visual aid for the lesson is. I'm not going to go actually explain the whole entirety of this right now, but I'm going to put this up here for you to kind of look at, that we have this, because this is, like it says, it's a schematic. And I wanted a diagram that'll be showing me more or less what the principles are. So I'm not going to explain it here right now. I think, I'm pretty sure, as I'm moving on in the material, I will, or exposition, I think that's might be the good word for this. As I move on with the material that I'm going to be reading, I will be referring to this in time. This is actually from another article that I would like to get into after this one, but this one's taken so long, I don't know when that'll ever be the next article, to tell you the truth. The 9th, I started it on the 9th, and it's now actually 12th. So that's what's happening here. All right. So I'm trying not to, but I'm finding I'm also kind of a little bit stalling in opening up about this and discussing this, because this has been such a sore spot for me personally. I mean, I'll just be honest. The whole misunderstanding of what it is and people being closed, that's half of what this discussion is people being closed to a new understanding of what is going on with the Schumann Resonances. And so it's really important to discuss not just what the actual science of this is, but in addition to address what it is not. I think that's a fair way to do it. That's how we're doing this here. We look at the evidence. We look at the preponderance of the evidence as what it can be, right? And if you don't think it's this or that, what is your evidence? What document that I can read? That's what this is about. Not just giving you an answer, but where am I getting my information from, right? I'm not just pulling this stuff out of my head. I mean, in some cases I am, but what's the paperwork down here on Earth to prove it and document it, right? So this is what we're talking about here, the documentation of this process of understanding what is the Earth's heartbeat. And as the title says, telluric currents are the Earth's heartbeat. Okay, so we're going to be talking about what are telluric currents that are the so-called, what are the telluric currents that are the so-called heartbeat of the planet, and why is not the Schumann Resonances the heartbeat of the planet? Okay, so it's kind of two. We're addressing not just what it is, but why it is not the other thing. Okay, if you in your head could hold two ideas that seem to be, fairly mutually exclusive, if you can hold them in your head as being equal and they're exactly the same thing, that's great. That's on you. I can't. I don't know how you would do that, because you get the information here by the people that study it, and they have blah, 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 the research. All right. So that's what I'm interested in, the research. If you watching this, right, anyone, right, you don't believe what I'm saying, or you have research otherwise, let me see it. Let me see. That's what this is about, right? I'm giving you the resources. I'll give you the references, the citation numbers. I've been through a lot of these research papers here in my channel, on Facebook, and all over the place, on comments. I'm well familiar with the peer review literature, and that's what I have to offer you. In addition to my hypothesis and how to kind of break it down, I am offering you, these papers and the researchers as well. So that's the large part of what I'm doing here, is bringing you research, and you yourself can make your own determination. All right, so with this rather lengthy preface having said to my forward, all right, so let me get into the reading here of what we're talking about. Okay, let me adjust myself here for a minute. Okay, I'm here. I'm back. It is actually hours later, and this is a work in progress. This particular subject matter is a work in progress, and I've been doing even more research on this since I had shut it down a few hours ago. And I'll just say this. You don't need to know this. I'll just tell you this anyway. The reason why I shut it down earlier was because it was getting late, and I didn't want to disturb the neighbors upstairs. So that's a thing as well. All right. So I'm back, and I can't really stall more anymore. I have to get on with the material, and so that's what I'm doing. This has been a very difficult, like I said, I'm kind of stalling here because this is a little bit of a difficult material, and there's a lot of it. And I'm still editing the forward here as we're going along. And so thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your love and support. And thank you very much. Hello. I'm Verdi Robusto, and this is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you for being here. I appreciate everyone who watches this. Thank you for your comments and your support. The few of you who have, one of you who commented on something while I have been away. I've been working on, if you see the date up there, the 12th, it's now the 13th, Sunday the 13th. I've been working on this for the better part of a week, and this is pretty much it. I haven't really posted much else. I haven't really been online. I've been working on this project here. This is one of the more difficult of the lessons, or the sessions as I call them, that I need to do. And I need to do this. I can't get away from this. I can't put it off. It's time. This is it. This is one of the core important lessons that I have to give, that I've been to understand in what's happening. And so, for those of you who know, I am guided in doing this. I have a higher power. I have a series of guides, a set of guides, a large set. Among other things, my guides are the people who used to be alive and were friends and family who are now deceased. They're in spirit form, and I talk to them. I talk to the angels. I ask all entities beyond sight and beyond sense who are predisposed to help humans at this time, please help me. And above all, I go to Prime Source, to the eternal forest with the eternal flame, the amethyst flame. And it's there with the avatar of Prime Source Creator that I am directed in what I do. Because if I wasn't here doing this, I assure you I could be gone from this place. Go back to the forest, to be at one with the avatar of Prime Source Creator. So, in the process of doing these videos as I'm directed, there are a number of core issues that get addressed. I'm not going to go over them. I've already done two kind of introductions to this to explain what makes this so difficult, and so I don't want to go through it again. I had to work through, this like half an hour's worth of stuff that I have to, I'm going to post at the live stream. We'll get those. I'm just adjusting myself. Thank you. So I'm not going to go over the details of why this is so difficult here. So, because I have already addressed those, I don't want to go over in more detail. And I thought it would be easier if I wrote down some stuff and went with a script, but every time I start another one of these videos, I start ad-libbing and going off the script. I haven't even gotten to the script part yet. I've been doing a lot of writing for this because this particular issue is at the core of the narrative, the ascension seekers, the false narrative. What my guides have explained to me is the false narrative of the Earth's heartbeat is 7.8 hertz, and there's a number of reasons why that analogy or that taking that as a fact is not preferable. It's not helpful. It's not beneficial. It's you're barking up the wrong tree. And there's no. I mean, part of this, people are coming here to understand what the truth of this is, and so you can't, like everything. This is at the core of what's happening. This is the front line in the Schumann Resonances of what's going on. And that's why this has been so difficult to do this, that I don't want to say I've been procrastinating, but it kind of, and it's some senses it feels like it, as I'm sort of even given the introduction of why this is important and why this is so difficult, is because it's not just like any other lesson where you would learn something clear and straight and pure. You've started from a place of innocence. In this case, this particular lesson, this particular section here, many people need to unlearn what they know. And maybe half of this channel, half of my mission here, is to help you unlearn what you have already learned incorrectly. Who am I? Again, I'm at the the amethyst forest with Source. This is where I go, to the camp of the angels, and they tell me what I need to know. And you don't have to believe me. I'm not here for your beliefs. I'm not even here to do this for donations. I mean, people have given me money. Thank you. I need that money, yes. I invested in the studio. I mean, there's things that this studio needs. Like, I just got a new camera. I'm going to put up a green screen. All right, now that it's here, some of these YouTube channels have been around for years. Like, holy fuck. I've been out there working in the field, doing stuff for 10 years. Seriously. This is, I'm not even, in June, it'll be a year doing this. So there's a lot of equipment, hardware that, eventually I'd like to get. Me and Alex are, work on it. So, anyway, not to get off topic, but, anyway, the donations help us make a better studio. But, I have the other job that puts a roof over my head. So I'm gifted and blessed with having an income already. So I don't need the donations. The point is, I'm not even doing this for donations, that I need to, have this to survive. And so I don't even have that motivation. I don't have a political party. There's nothing I'm selling you. There's not anything. I don't get any extra credit points in the afterlife. My motivation for doing this is because I love understanding science and how the planet works. Right? That's it. It is that simple. It is that simple. I love the planet. I came here first and foremost to understand how the planet works, and that is this. That is this. And just because the Earth has a heartbeat doesn't mean that, hey, it's a good idea to just put it on anything and anywhere. What are you doing? What service are you really truly doing by passing out bad and wrong information? And who am I? Right? Once again, here we go. We have the accredited sources of people who are observing this. And from that body of established knowledge, we can start adducing some stuff. Not everything they say is correct. There's a geometry to this stuff that they're not getting, a sacred geometry, that's fine. There's a sacredness to this they're not getting, that's fine. There's a personality of the earth who is going through a transformation right now, they don't get that, is fine, right? There are parts of science, my God isn't science, right? There's a unified theory in here in all of this. That's part of what we do here. It's part of why this is so important for me to do this, and why Source and the guides have given this to me to do, is to cut through a lot of the crap using a higher dimensional principles and understanding. And so that's largely what we're doing. It's not that I don't have a sense of higher power. It's that you aren't understanding what the higher power is, and there is an understanding of the earth itself being a living thing, like that is as well. An intelligent earth is an intelligent entity, that if she herself were not intelligent, there would not be any other stuff that follows from that. And that's one of the understandings of this that makes it so important for this channel and for this, the session here, for what we're going to be doing here. All right, we're at the 10-minute mark. Another 10-minute introduction video. But this is really important. I had wanted to explain why I'm, kind of hemming and hawing on this. I'm going to be, I'm probably going to stop this here at 10 minutes and post this. And then the next video is the material itself. Okay. So, all right. So, I think that's what I'm going to do. I've been working through this. My guides have, I'm going to post these kind of as updates, and my guides are helping me through this. This has been a really, like I said, this topic has been really difficult. My guides said to do a few kind of introduction videos, put them out there for the hardcore followers who haven't seen me in a few days. And so I think the next video I'm just going to be getting right into this material. All right, so thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining, subscribing. I appreciate it. I will see you shortly in the next video. All right, namaste. Thank you. That would be, there's a few of you that are the hardcore followers that are here, and the Bonnie and Julie David. Julie is given, it's two of them. I don't think I've ever seen Julie here, but and Bradley, like I said, that's the only one missing. But my people, I'm just saying, I need to be here doing this, or else I would be really. Like I said, I mean, I could go, and the thing is, it's like, just because you know what's going on the next side, like, okay, like, yeah, it almost makes it sort of worse why it's sort of better to be here, because it's like, no, you're still working with humans. You're going on the other side. No, you're still working with humans. You need to make all the best connections here with humans first, right? You need to help people while you can, while you're still healthy. I'm still healthy, and honest to God, I really need the love and support that I get from you guys. I'm not just saying this. I don't have a family. I don't have anything. And the times that I haven't, there's been times where I've needed a good word and I've seen a message from people. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you all for what you do for me. Just, like, there's, Alex and I have some big fun stuff planned, and a year ago, coming out of the tent in the woods, I didn't have any of this planned, like none of this. None of this. But I'm gonna have a website. It's the Schumann Resonance Funhouse, and we're gonna start collecting Schumann Resonance antennas. And a little known fact is that there is a Schumann Resonance antenna actually in the state of Rhode Island, not that far from here. And it's operated in cooperation with MIT, all right, which is not that far from here as well. MIT, for those who don't know, is Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and it's an Ivy League school, and there you have it. And there's a lot of Ivy League per capita. There's more Ivy League schools in this area up here. Harvard, Yale, Brown, whatever. The three states, Harvard, Brown, Yale. That's Mass is Harvard and MIT, and then you have Brown is here, Rhode Island, and then Yale is Connecticut, where I'm from. All right, so I've actually been to all three of the libraries, just for whatever it's worth. Anyway, so there's Alex and I are getting restless. We want to do some stuff. He's got the music. I'm going to make a platform for him to do some music. We're going to do live streams, whatever. So anyway, this month has been a big, huge turning point for me. So this marked the beginning of where I was at the beginning of the month. Like, it's just, I need to look at this, because I need a reminder of where I was at the beginning of the month, not that just a few weeks ago. A lot of stuff is cleared out, like you wouldn't even believe it. February is the purple month. Every month has a stone. Purple is amethyst. A lot of clearing is able to happen in February. because of the purple. And especially now, you need to be ready. You need to be at the point to release all of your lowest density. What's holding you back? What's the lowest of your density? What are you afraid of? What do you not want to let go of the most? You need to ask yourself that. What do you not want to get rid of the most? And then start from the back of the list, the back of the room, the back of the closet, pull everything out, the most broken stuff, everything, it all goes. And as I said, I lost everything in 2011. Same year my friend CJ, my buddy CJ, he lost his house. It was a mark. So it's time, right? And we're talking about a lot of things in breaking in society. And Bonnie had asked a good question here. This is a good point at the 333 or 303 mark, I guess, to ask. You know, birthing pangs. You know, what are we going through? Is, you know, the expression that has been used throughout the ages, because this is not the first time we're going through one of these clearings, I assure you that. This is the harvest of the souls. That's what this is, right? So this time now is the clearing of the accounts. Like everything that has to have gone through has to go through, right? And that's important to understand that that, like, this is what the phrase, the threshing room floor, that's what this refers to as the breaking of the eggs, the separation of the wheat from the chaff. Another way to look at it is the separation of the timelines. Right? That's another way that the pulling apart of the timelines, releasing of the old. And there shouldn't be anyone's doubt in their mind that we're in the age of Aquarius now. We're full-fledged. I put the market. The age of Aquarius had started a long time ago, right? The first dawning rays of the age of Aquarius, you could see 1660s, right? Mid-1600s, right? You see it. I'm going to do one on my live, my show, my website. I'm going to have this kind of explanation of the dawning of the age of Aquarius happened in 1660. It's the end of the Piscean age. The official end of the Piscean age happened in 2012. The ending of the Mayan calendar and all of that. That particular calendar, they have lots of calendars. The Mayans had a bunch of calendars. They're good with their time. Mushrooms will help you with that, That's what the temples were for. The priests would go up there in the top of the temples, they'd meditate, they'd be at one with it all, and boom, they'd get the calendars. So the Piscean age had not ended yet. Boom, that's the fulcrum point. The Piscean age still has to close out all the accounts. So there was an overlap, that same overlap from 1660 to 400 years is going to happen on the opposite side, as all the accounts are getting closed out, and the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, now that's happening, right? Me, the meek, right? I'm inheriting the earth, and I don't even want it. I don't fucking care, right? Rude people in it. I'd rather go back home, right? You're welcome to the planet, whatever. However, I am, in my moods, I can be a rude person, and I'm just telling you the truth, right? Take it or leave it. I'm not trying to convince you of anything else. So this is where I'm at. This is where we're at. So at the beginning of the month, this is where I was, and it's good for me to watch this because I really was in a shitty, pissy mood, and I'm much better now. And thank you everyone for the love and the comment and the support. So onward and upward. Hello, I'm Verdi Arbusto. This is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you all for being here. It's Sunday. It's like 1 in the morning or something. It's really cold out. It's supposed to be snowing shortly. I've been spending, I already made about 3 of these videos, kind of introducing this topic, and this is going to be the. I think I'm going to do those at the live stream, and then I'm going to, have the actual material. My guides told me just to kind of work through this. This is a very difficult topic for me, and it's not because of the subject matter itself. Okay, the subject matter itself is straight up what it is. It itself is not difficult. There's a level of difficulty to it. Yes, that's not the problem. The inherent difficulty is not what the problem is. The problem to this session of this lesson is that there's a preconceived notion people come into this with. I've discussed it in the last videos. I'm not going to get into it more, but there's a preconceived notion that people have of what the originating factor of the Schumann Resonances. All right. So this right here is at the core of a misunderstanding that people have of what the Schumann Resonances are. So the biggest problem here, the biggest part of the problem, is that I need to undo a lot of the bad learning that people have come from in this. And it's kind of my understanding, my general understanding, that many people don't really come into this with a full understanding of geophysics and a formal understanding. And so a lot of people in the Ascension community are picking up an understanding of geophysics as they're going along from a spiritual New Age perspective, I think, an untethered perspective. There are physics, and okay, you don't have to agree with them or whatever, and there are problems with modern science, which I address, I talk about. Okay, my God isn't science, just because I'm giving you the established, right, of what the Schumann Resonances are, the established studies and papers and research, right? I'm giving you that, but I'm also having a discussion on what is the happy horseshit, as I explained it, right? There's an equal amount of that, and regardless of whatever side of the coin you're on, you do need to understand, a person does need to know and recognize that there is a lot of, how do I say this? A lot of, I think I just said it, there's a lot of happy horseshit out there that people are taking as science, right? It's fine that you have a belief that's not based in science. That's not a problem. That's a wonderful thing, actually. Okay, you can have. I've never talked bad about belief or beliefs. I only talk badly about people who have a belief that's not based in science yet. You're holding it as a science, and you're holding it as an actual physics. Okay, that's what makes this, in a nutshell, that's what makes this so difficult to work through and to talk about, is that people are holding as physics, geophysics, as geology, if you will, certain principles that are not such. I think that's a good kind of way to put that. That people are holding things as being scientific and geophysical when they are in fact not. And they're certainly not as you say they are. And it's fine if you're not unsure, excuse me, but to hold it adamantly as an established fact and then come at me because you don't believe it, that the science, and then furthermore say I'm misleading people, is really a foul thing. Especially where I'm going to get my information from. You don't have to believe it, I don't care, right? This isn't for you, but it's a crazy person notion to say I'm misleading people when I'm not even trying to lead people in the first place, right? The notion I'm misleading people would imply I'm leading someone somewhere, and if you've come to me looking for as a leader, you're fucked. I'll just tell you that. I'm not leading anyone anywhere, right? I'm just giving you I'm a tech. right? I would otherwise be working on bicycles. I'm working on this in the same way I'm working on bicycles. If you get on the bike and you ride it and you fall off, or well, was it something I did? Did you get hit by a car and you're blaming, like, I don't know. There's a level of double checking to make sure the bolts are on and everything. How you ride it, once I get on and I've established that it's all, that it's all in good working order, and I give it off, if if things break on it, there's a limited warranty period. After that, if things break on it, perhaps was something you did, and you can't, say I'm giving you a bad ride, I'm misleading you, I'm giving you a bad ride somewhere when I wasn't the one that's piloting, right? So I'm not leading you anywhere with this. I'm explaining what and I give you the references of where this information is coming from, okay? And so that's what's important to understand is I'm not misleading anyone. I have reached where I need to go, right? So I mean, I'm already at the destination of where, I'm trying to show you, right? Like, okay, like I'll show you the way. That's not leading, I'll show you the information. You determine on yourself what you want to do with that, okay? And so what you do with the information is on you. I'll lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Well, there you go. You can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make them think. Okay, so, all right. So with that, I think I'm going to get into the material here at this point. I think, like half an hour plus of introduction. I've gone and through enough of what my anxieties are. I'm warmed up. All right, so I'm going to actually I'm going to pause, and then I'm going to get into the material here in a minute. All right, and I'm going to have a coffee, I think, while I'm down in pause mode. All right, so we'll see you shortly. Hello, I'm Verde Robusto. This is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on Facebook and YouTube, or I guess it's YouTube and Facebook. Thank you for being here. It's Sunday now. It's like 1:30 in the morning or so, and try and to remember to keep my voice down because I'm pretty sure there's people sleeping upstairs. Thank you for being here. If you're new, welcome. Remember to like, share, comment, subscribe, and if you haven't seen a video from someone for a while, go to their channel and comment on one of their videos, and just, that'll kind of keep them percolating up in their spirits, certainly, and also in the algorithm as well. All right, so this is part whatever 5, I think. Now I think I've done a bunch of short videos that have kind of broken the ice here, so I can get on to the main event. So some of what I'm going to read here is I've already sort of gone over, and so this is, but it's important for me to go through this because it explains why I've kind of taken so long to do this particular video, this section. This is really a whole section, and so I'm pretty sure I'll be showing those at the live stream. I'm not sure I'll be showing them as public videos until after the live stream, I think. So anyway, this is the main event right here, and just in a nutshell, this is the core. This is the front line, I call it, of the Schumann Resonances, and this is kind of, for lack of a better way, this information, this literature, this research sort of stabs at the heart of the religion of Schumannism. Okay, so the difference, what is Schumannism? Well, Schumannism starts with the belief that Earth's heartbeat operates at 7.8 hertz cycles per second, and that because the Earth's vibrations are going to be rising, the Schumann resonance is also going to be rising, and as such, use spikes of amplitude to validate and verify and authenticate, if you will, this premise, this alleged geophysical fact of this belief, and that's part of this, what I'm referring to as the religion of Schumanism, is this passing forth of this belief as a fact, a scientific fact, right? And I have been, of myself, spoken to horribly, just to kind of summarize it, that I'm not going along with the narrative of the Earth's heartbeat, and how dare I challenge this known fact and say it otherwise. Okay. So this, how do I say it other than this information has been, I'm not even this information, but the wrong information has been the cause of heated discussions with people over what is a fact, a geophysical scientific fact. Okay. And I'm fine with beliefs being, I've said this before, I'm fine with a belief being based on something that's not scientific or technical or actual or real or provable. I think that's the realm of belief. That's fine. There's no, fairies and unicorns. I have my own belief. That's fine. It works in your life. That's fine. However, to pass off a belief as a scientific fact, when there are indeed scientific facts that are disproving what you're saying, then that's a whole different matter. And this is what I'm talking about here. So my guides have been working me through this slowly. I'm on a slow roll into this material. It's, it's just as tough as it may be to have to, kind of have this discussion. I need to bring it out because this is part of what's going on. This is part of the core of the beliefs of Schumanism. And this is why I'm doing this. I'm here because I love talking about the Schumann Resonances, and if it wasn't for this, there wouldn't be much else for me to be doing. Believe me when I tell you that. This is really the biggest reason for me still to be here. I humbly submit to you as my to source. God knows that. It's like, just do your best. Make it through this material, get through all of it, and then we'll talk. All right, so that's what the graduation plan is. God is my counselor. My career advisor is telling me, get through this course material, do your best, good soldier, carry on, and we'll see you on the other side of it. So, there's still more material that needs to get covered before we're ready to, kind of set sail, as it were. All right, so thank you for being here. This material is really important. I'm going to get into it. I've covered some of it. So there's as I've been working on this project, there's been a forward, and then there's a pre-introduction, which I've given. So, some of this covers what I have already talked about relative to the Schumann Resonances. And so what we're predominantly talking about here is what what I have termed Schumanism, which is the religion of the Schumann Resonances. So there's a belief in everything. There's a power, as I've said this. There's a power of belief in everything. There's a power of belief in everything. There's an inherent power of belief that one can tap into, right? I'm not against that. I use that, okay? I mean, don't get it twisted. There is a belief. There's a field of belief. Half of our existence, right? Half of our brain, half of our existence is this belief of the invisible, right? It's not that that doesn't exist. No one's challenging that. I mean, get off your thing here, right? I have the biggest power of belief maybe of anyone I know, because I know inherently how it works. However, right, there is what I know, right? And then there's what I can show. And that's really important, that there are ways I can show that, we all want to do that. We all want to bring the invisible into the collective subjective experience. I think that's a good way to put it, right? There's the objective. It's provable. What we all can agree is a thing. Okay, science. Have an antenna. It measures. The computer works this way. I mean, there are things in this world that operate in a certain way, and they're like, you can prove it. You show it. Like I can, I get this amazing studio because I know how stuff works. There's a higher dimensional reality in this third density reality that we have is a footprint to a bunch of other stuff. But if you don't realize it's a footprint, the blueprint of something higher, that you're probably not going to go further than that, right? So that's part of what this is of expanding out what you're understanding and the ideas you have coming into this of what are the Schumann Resonances and what they can do. They're amazing enough in themselves that they don't need to be assigned extraneous duties. I think that's the best way to put it. All right. So, without further ado, let me get into the forward to the preface, which is the introduction to the introduction to the introduction. Anyway, all right. So thank you for being here. I've said this before. I love you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for taking the time to investing and learning of what's happening with the Schumann Resonances and related phenomena from the scientific and technical aspects. In addition to having a higher dimensional perspective. And I've talked about who my guides are. I talked about, where I get my information from that's not verifiable here, right? I go to source, and I have done group meditations with people. And in the future, if I'm going to still be doing this for a little while, at least another year, I'm going to be doing this a year and a half, and then we'll see, right? So I will be doing more guided meditations with people, and maybe small groups of individuals, whatever. And so we, as a group, can go to see the verification of the higher order, higher dimensional, higher density stuff that I talk about, and you yourself can understand what from where my perspective is, and so. That's one of the things that they had told me is that consider that you are maybe going to start doing more of these group meditations with people, more visualization meditations, which is cool. I would like that. That'd be great. I write a lot. I move as I'm directed by my guides. For those interested, I've made a lengthy post about who my guides were and as to the forces which direct my pathway and what I'm doing. And I have had meditations with group meditations with people of where my immediate source is. The local annex of source in this galaxy. I think that's a great way to put it. And so I've talked about who my guides were. And so there's a video out there of, or maybe I just wrote it. I don't think I actually did that as a video. It's a post on Facebook, but I'll be working on that. I think I'll make this a post. But I've said before, my guides are not only, Prime Source, the avatar of Prime Source, and Spirit, which I call the Logos, and the Muse as, but also my guides are the family and friends of those who have been around me, who have, they're going into spirit, right? It's that simple. So the majority of people, everyone that I've ever known is gone. It's just me. So, when they go to the other side, you can talk to them, and so that's sort of what, a good chunk of who my guides are my spirit guides. Right? So it's important that I mention that. I've said it before, but when I say my guides, there you go. It's like that's what I'm about here. What I'm about in part is talking to dead people. I guess, or formerly living, now spirit entities. That's probably a good way to put it. Okay. So one of my most recurrent, as I've said earlier in the introductions, the most recurrent, one of, probably the single most recurrent issue is the narrative of Earth's heartbeat. As a huge part of why many people came here, the notion of Gaia's heartbeat comes up frequently. And I would like to take this chance to address the idea of the heartbeat of the planet. And let me just say, for those who don't know, I say Facebook, but I have a group that I'm the administrator, I'm admin, and one I'm the mod of. And the one that I'm admin to I will say, it's a private group. I have a higher standard for what I let stay in there. And there's less people. There's 1,500 people in there. And then there's the one that I'm the mod for. I didn't start it, but I keep everything kind of organized, and I have the quality assurance job as well, which really sucks because I have to be a little bit more accepting at the other site because it's the beginner's place. So anyway, the one that I admin, that I got to choose how to address this, the entry. Who do I let enter? I chose a membership question. It's very simple. What are you doing here? Right? I'm just taking an informal poll of why people are coming into the Schumann Resonance Harmonics page on Facebook, right? Because it's not Schumann Resonance. That's the other one. That's the simple one. Everyone knows that was Schumann Resonance. So, people know that. But Schumann Resonance Harmonics, the little added layer of complexity there, like the filter, the complexity filter. Okay, you know enough about Schumann Resonance and their harmonics. Okay, or you don't. I don't know, but there's an assumed bit that you're a little more knowledgeable than just the person who knows Schumann Resonance. Okay, we'll just put it that way. Just that's a calculus there, a very simple calculus of how I'm figuring out what's what. So my sample set of who is coming. There's a lot of people that have preconceived notions as to what the Schumann Resonance harmonics are, and by extension, the Schumann Resonance. And so that's part of the phrasing, the phraseology that we're working with is part of the issue, and it's part of the issue, but it's that we need to work through. It's part of the ritual of the language, the spell, I think is the best way to put it, that in religious, dogmatic, certainly politics is of this way, of the spell nature, that there is a written application of the spell in the sense of a conjuring of spirits, if you will, right? So this is something that one needs to beware of and be understanding of, is this spell of the false. I think that's what it is, and in order to know it, which one's which, you bring them both into the light and you examine them. And so this is what we're doing here. We are taking the understanding of what is Earth's heartbeat. It exists. It's a thing, right? No one's challenging that. What is Earth's heartbeat? Is it the Schumann Resonances? Or is there perhaps another geomagnetic power happening that's inherent within the Earth itself, that's not a vibrating out as if it's radiating out like a big bass drum, producing what is mistakenly thought of as acoustic waves? and present it as EMF. Okay, right? So there's a difference of where the source of the power is coming from in the version, the narrative, the Schumanist narrative, as opposed to the technical, the scientific Schumann resonance harmonics. Right? That's the difference of what we're talking about. As the Schumannist view, right? You can hold it in your head if you want. I'm not trying to disrespect it, right? If you have this in your head, right? I'm not going to try and rip it out of your head, right? I'm presenting you with the alternate view of what the Earth's heartbeat function is, instead of being confusing that with what I refer to as the breathing of the planet. The Schumann resonance harmonics is the breathing function of the planet. The telluric delio that we're going to be talking about here is the heartbeat function of the planet Earth. Planet Earth is my place of birth. I'm going to find that. Maybe I'll play that. All right. Onward and upward. Thank you all for being here. Much love. Where am I? Where am I? I'm not there. There I am. Okay. All right. All right. So, firstly, it's important that you have realized that the planet is a living entity and may, in fact, actually possess a pulse or a heartbeat. That is a wonderful thing. I need to be first happy over the understanding that a person has that indeed, this is all mangled up paragraph. What am I saying here? All right. So I'm happy that you in fact have an idea that the Earth has a heartbeat. I'll put it that way. The opposite situation has been going on too long, where people have treated the Earth as a type of dumb rock. It's been going on too long that the living planet has supported us. So I think I missed it there. The living planet that supports us as living creatures has been turned into a huge garbage dump due to lack of feeling and empathy for that thing which provides the conditions of life to be possible for. Essentially, Earth is our mother or our creator, because she provides that the entity. She as an entity provides the material means of sustaining our lives. The water, the air, the sun, which is a whole other thing altogether, but the ability that just talking about the magnetosphere, we're really just talking about the magnetosphere and the ionosphere here up to that point. There's the intermagnetic connection and all of that, and that's another thing altogether. But just as far as the Earth itself, right, and her as an entity, right, it's important that people do in fact understand that Earth does have a heartbeat, right? That Earth indeed has some kind of heartbeat. All right. So once again, hopefully we're all on the same page here. I'm not challenging that Earth does not have a heartbeat. I very much believe that is a good thing, and I don't want to discourage people from that understanding. However, there's a different function, and it's important to understand why that's a different function and what it is, and why that it's unique, and you shouldn't take from that away from its magnificence of what I refer to as the lower DC circuit, which is, they call this telluric energy, telluric electricity. It's the same basic thing, one for another, that it's important because of how great and wonderful and unique it is just for what it does. It should not be misused to explain something else, which isn't a correct thing, right? It robs from the glory of its magnificence, of the Earth as a creator, right, of sorts. It's, not the ultimate God, but it of itself, her of itself, is alive and living, and it's a wonderful thing that people understand that, and it's part of what this ascension is about. right? Okay, so this is really important to understand this. Why, to me, this is a such a thorny, sticky issue, and of why it's difficult to talk about this, because I don't want to discourage people from certain notions that are good. Yet, yet there's a bigger, broader truth that has to be understood that is not taking away from what's miraculous in the in your myth, your creation myth, if you will, right? I'm not taking away anything wonderful from that. I'm trying to give you something that two things that are wonderful in place of the one thing that you've not properly understood correctly. I think that's a fair way to put it. So it's the fact that Earth needs sympathy that's really more important than anything. It's been going on for too long that that the masses, many people, have treated Earth like a ball of dead rocks, and then it's a garbage dump, and all, et cetera, et cetera. There's a movement for people. It's been going on to treat Earth, the planet, with more respect and the dignity she deserves. Earth is a conscious entity, completely capable of providing a balanced ecosystem to sustain life without the interference of humans. The fact that Earth is not to be taken for granted, with her life force not being factored out, as humans seem to like to do, is a monumental thing. I can assure you of this, that humans are waking up to the fact that Gaia is an alive and transforming, alive with the entirety of the solar system, is monumental. It's not just Earth that's changing. It's not just a planet that's changing. For those of you who follow Suspicious Observers, right, there's other places that talk about this, but he is the best source because he's right out there with it. And he talks about the solar system as a whole is changing. Okay, so and he's not just pulling that out of his his bunghole. He's forming that in good science and peer review and objective observation. And so that's something that's really important to understand, that this is something that really, really, really real is happening. So, all right. So I just want to make mention of that this is not just something that I'm kind of coming up with. It's not just that the Earth itself is changing. The entire solar system, and I would dare say the Earth, the sun herself, is probably changing as well. It's just that time. All right. The living spirit, or the will of the planet herself, we might call Gaia. All humans are created from the very material of Earth herself, or from Gaia. This is how DNA works. So this is how my guides have explained to me how DNA works. That it is a code that gets actualized, utilized, potentiated, based on the raw materials available in the immediate environment of the planet, the planetary system. Proteins and sugars, amino acids, or polysaccharides, technically, are the simple building blocks that comprise the 92% probability, which in fact comprises the world, which third density considers matter, or that which is solid. These potentials and possibilities of existence, life, exist as such through the will of the act to keep the wave of potential operating as it has always been acting. So in other words, what that's telling you, and I read the sentence differently because I don't think I quite expressed it there accurately. I don't know. So somewhere in between the way I read it and how it's written there is sort of what I'm looking for. So it is the will. It's important that it is to will. The will to observe is what activates the wave of probability and to continue where it's going. You have the uncertainty principle that you can measure one or the other, but you're uncertain which is which, and that's essentially another way to put this. The 92%. There's a 92% probability it's going to be where you can predict it. However, right, there is another force of possibility of the will of the observer, and then there is the 2% serendipity that magic can happen. And so depending on where a person is at in their perception of this, you can continue the propagation of the wave of probability. Right? You don't have to observe anything else. It's the wave of probability, or you can understand that things can change. All right, so that's sort of what we're talking about here. Keeping things moving the way they've been going, right? You get set in that's, in other words, the way to look at it is you might get set in your belief, and then you keep that rolling, and you don't care to change it up until the point that, maybe there's something wrong that happens, for example. And then you have to reassess the possibilities, perhaps that you don't want someone to die, or you don't want some adverse thing to happen. So you reassess your possibilities. I think that's a good way to put that. Going from really abstract terms here to the really concrete, everyday way of how that applies into your life. Okay? I think that's a fair way to put that. All right, so if you can get past this concept can be gotten past, the next thing is to get a clear understanding of what this means. Okay, all right. Okay, so let me toot my horn. I read a lot. I read a lot. This is mostly technical journals, research papers, but also comments, posts. I read a lot. I interact through people through the reading and writing. And as I read through the geophysics journals, such as this right here, to understand the studied process, I am familiar with the technical scientific understanding of the phenomena of the Schumann resonance harmonics as atmospheric harmonics. Okay? Yet, how important is the actual data? Okay, the observational and experimental data. Folks are humans are given free will to make their own decisions. Folks can choose to believe what they will for themselves, based on the evidence of their senses. Logic is one more sense. The most common of the senses is the ability to make ourselves believe what we want. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Likewise, you can lead a man to knowledge, but you can't make him think. Belief itself holds an inherent power. If someone believes in something deeply enough, that makes it a fact. Be open. I need to be open. I need to remember that. This is one of the constraints to this space. Crap. This hurdle applies equally to me. Be open. How do I approach this contradiction with an open mind? All right. So this is at the core of what my problem is. Okay. The hurdle applies to me. It really does. Okay. I mean, I could choose to ignore it if I want to. It's fine. Right? It's all free will. However, there's a part to this. Half of the world, let's just say half of the world we live in, you can prove, right? The other half is invisible and it's made up. And you have to kind of figure stuff out with the words as you go along, right? Words and the rhetoric help us make sense of stuff. I mean, it's definitely a thing. It's definitely in there. Okay. So how do we get past that? How do we get past the words, right? There's a level of language that's stuck in our head that we need to have a common vocabulary of in order for us to move forward, right? I have talked about language and the need for language and the need for unification in language and us talking and how the rhetoric, how our rhetoric has to match up. Rhetoric is the definition you have in your head of something, right? It's the logical definition that you hold in your head. Who knows where you got it from, but it's what you got in your head. So the first thing is making the words line up, the rhetoric to line up. And the only way to do that is base it on a common vocabulary, a lexicon of understanding. So this is the problem we have of nailing down what exactly our terms are. And when we talk about Earth's heartbeat, what exactly are we talking about? And so this is, I think at this point, been the single biggest issue of understanding of what is important and why it's important to get our terms right. That not just because I'm the Schumann Resonance cop, although you got to understand something. If this were a physics course or this were an official course in this, you would be required to stay on topic with what's going on with the lesson, right? And, you have a teacher there who's been through the material a lot. He's read a lot, knows the thing, that, he's saying you're kind of off mark here, right? How? Prove yourself. You see it, It ain't my ego that's talking, right? It's maybe your ego that's defensive, and you need to come up with facts. If you're putting this forth as facts, you need to establish your thing, your whirligig there as facts, and not get in the way of others who do have facts to present, the research and the data and blah, blah, blah. So that's sort of where I'm at. This is in some sense personal. Yes, I have been in some sense aggrieved by this through the exchanges of people. And as you can see by me raising my voice in this, how completely, horribly aggrieved I have been in this process, going on and on about this, but it's been taking me a little while to kind of build up to get into the material that precedes the material preceding the actual material. A couple days into this, we're now on the roll of what's important. All right, so I'm 35 minutes in it. This is going to be a short one. All right. So there's an inherent power. I've talked about this. There's an inherent power of belief itself, right? It doesn't matter what you believe. It almost does not matter what you believe. It matters how much you believe it, how strongly you believe it. That's the thing of a belief, is it only works as strongly as you believe it. And if you're holding on to something as a scientific fact, and you're believing that as an actual real fact, when it is determined that your scientific fact is not a fact, but you're just holding on to a myth, then your belief based on that scientific fact is weakened. And so I can understand why many people are affronted and crestfallen and beleaguered and aggrieved to hear me talking about much different than my science, much different than, right, what they are perceiving as science. All right, so that's part. Like I said, that's been part of why it's been difficult to do this in many cases. Get into this. Right. Now that I'm here, I'm on the roll. Thank you for being here. Onward and upward. Okay. So, all right. So we're getting to the nuts and bolts of this, kind of the core issues. So even though the proper technical scientific definition for Schumann resonance harmonics, actually. Bam. Harmonics is a series of atmospheric harmonics of 7.8 to 4.46 hertz is caused by lighting. All right, so even though the proper technical definition for Schumann resonance harmonics is it's a series of atmospheric harmonics from 7.8 to 46 hertz, which is caused by lightning discharges, and I have presented a number of videos, a number of Facebook posts on what are the Schumann resonances. it is still the greater fact remains that the other narrative of 7.8 hertz equals Gaia's heartbeat is still active and it's well, and it is a persistent belief accepted as fact. The job here is to explain technically how the Schumann resonance actually works, how the antenna pick up the signals, they report them, and eventually they get to us. This is my number one goal here and on Facebook, is to explain technically how this all works. Okay? There is a true scientific explanation of things at work, yet it's only a theory or a hypothesis. Science is based on theories and hypotheses. You've got to understand that. True scientists are those who talk in terms of probability and possibility, and generally not of facts and laws. Although there is some point a discussion of what is accepted as a fact and what is accepted as constants, the greater reality of scientism is the experiment needs to be repeatable. Conditions need to be consistent, yet the institution of science as an academic pursuit realizes the observer colors and changes the outcome of an experiment. So your observations do change the outcome of an experiment. And so that's sort of what is at work here and at play here with the with Schumannism, is how much of your perceptions and your conceptions, you and the group as a whole, right? You and that of the group as a whole, right? The collective, right? How much of that is actually coloring the Schumann resonances? People believe it; it's held as a fact, right? Do your beliefs change scientific law? Okay, if we accept that there is scientific law, scientific principles here, there are things that they hold as constant. All right, so these are a high degree of probability. Okay, is your set of knowledge a higher degree of probability than this here that I'm presenting? I don't know. Question to you. I can't answer that, only you can. All right, so that is the group. Oh, that is this group, the discussion of the Schumann resonances in general. Okay, this is a melting pot or an amalgam of science with the actual work. I'm not sure what I meant by that. Oh, and the research, right? So science and the observations and the research of the established institution has to be provided in plenty, along with intuition, wishful thinking, increased psychic ability, in addition to awakening genetics, as folks are able to let go of and clear out the lowest densities. So part of this is the how do I say this? Spirituality. I'll just say this. Spirituality is the front line, the etheric DMZ of the spiritual age. All right. Well, that's very poetic of me. Okay. So there's the two sides of this. There's what science provides, is what, the research, the data is. That's 92% of probability. It is that way. It has been that way. That's the way it is. All right. Then there is the part of the possibility of the imagination that maybe you are right. It's completely different, totally different. It's not at all the same. Maybe you're right. I don't know. 6% chance you're right. Completely, totally different. You could be right. I don't know. All right. And 2% serendipity of we'll leave it up to God to decide. Right? I like that as an equation as well. So this is part of what this is, why I need to address, even though the belief, the Schumannism belief is incorrect scientifically, technically speaking. It's incorrect. I'm showing you this right here, where the Earth's heartbeat is. You don't have to believe it. The evidence is right there. You don't have to accept it. You can just keep going the way you're going. That's fine, right? I'm not going to get in your way. Okay, I have to respect people's beliefs. The belief is between you and the invisible, you and the all, you and the one, you and, the union, if you will, the union of material and the immaterial, of the absurd and the absurd, if you will. Okay, onward and upward. So here I am. We are at the discussion at the front line of the current state of geophysics, which is, we'll just call it as part of the plasma cosmology, right, along with physics in general, earth sciences, etc., with the intersection of the solar system as an entity evolving. Discussing the meaning of Schumann resonances. That's what we're doing right here, right now. Right? This, at that intersection, that nexus, that vector point of all those intersecting timelines, if you will, or knowledge lines or something. I'm not sure what they are, but all of those different sciences, these different pursuits, they're all coming together into unity. It's like what you're finding. How is all this being brought into unity, into the one? And some of this is indeed filler that is actually not, it's the, if you believe, I'll put it this way, it may all be energy, but it's a spectrum. You have to remember that, okay? There's different ends of the spectrum, and there are geometries to this. Not all geometries work well together, okay? That's what a valence shell of the electrons is the geometry of them. Sacred geometry, that's what that is. At the heart of atoms and at the heart of molecules being able to stick together, some geometries do not work together. Some geometries repel each other. It's just a thing. It happens. And as such, there are beliefs that mutually exclude each other because the geometries, the mental space, are not able to add up to a proper enough, stable system that they hold together and they fall apart. Right? So that's why it's important to understand that the geometry behind the metaphysics of the belief is not stable. And then you yourself can understand that if it's fragmenting, right? The false narrative is fragmenting, right? You apply the light of reason and the light of day to it, and then you see what happens. So you see it falling apart, and so that's one of the processes of rarefication, is firing off the impurities of the belief. I think that's part of what, at least I look at myself doing here, is I'm helping to provide the heat, the intellectual heat, or the fire, if you will, to, like an Athenor, or a salamander, and a crucible. That's part of this is an alchemical process of helping you decipher and determine and decide for yourself what is real, what is substantial from that which is just an element of air, of hot air, if you will. And there is a time and a place. The rhetoric, the hot air behind rhetoric, certain rhetoric. I think that's a fair way to put that. So that's part of what we're talking about and why I'm doing this and why this information is important. And bringing people into knowledge is never an easy, bringing yourself into knowledge, certainly, and the sense that Carlos Castaneda kind of talks about going into knowledge, that's sort of what we're doing here, right? We're going into knowledge, but it's the preceding understandings before the big show, I think. I'm not sure how to put that, how to phrase that better than that. We're waiting for the big show to begin, and that's actually proper ascension. Right now, at this point, we're not waiting, we're cleaning up. Some people, if you're waiting, it's because you're not helping with the cleanup, okay? Like I've said that before, I'm waiting with my bags packed. Technically, I'm not waiting because I'm doing this, right? I'm talking, doing live streams. So I'm, you know, even though I've said I am waiting, I'm not waiting. You know, like I'm busy doing this. And so it's just time. It's time we understand the you know the process of rarefication of what's, you know, the when you send something through the centrifuge and it bzzz, you kind of purify the elements. That's part of what we're doing here is we're separating the elements of what's solid from what is not. Okay, onward and upward. Regardless of the technical data, okay, and the technically perfect explanations of this phenomena, it does not matter. You still have a clearing and etheric etheric. Oh my goodness! You still have to go through a cleaning and a clearing and an etheric cleaning, or an etheric clearing. All right, they're both of them. You got to go through. You got to go through. These are many still have not gone through the so-called dark night of the soul, which has to happen. Some are just starting to go through this now. What is the dark night? They call it the dark night of the soul. Like, all right, so I kind of, you know, you feel that. That's not an actual expression of it. It's like, it's kind of how a person feels. And so there's part of what clearing out the lowest densities is going through these the dark night of the soul, and that's where you go in, I would say, a dark room. That's generally speaking, I think, what happens is people, you know, they get to a place where things are taken away from them, things break and then break down, and then life breaks down, and then things are, you know, the veil is pulled from them. That's basically what happens is the veil gets pulled from someone. You know, I think that's a better way of putting it than the dark night of the soul, which is like a lot of human kind of expressions. It's like, oh, what do you mean by that? I don't know. You know, the soul is light. It can't be dark, whatever. I don't know. You know, darkness comes without the light, basically. And so that's, I think, to translate that, that's basically what's happening with people is that they're coming into the light. And so the darkness is going away. You know, the truth does not hurt. Having the lies ripped away is what hurts. It's my humble view on this. The truth will set you free. The truth is healing. It's the lies that hurt. All right. So, if one holds on to the Schumanist version of this experience of the rising frequencies, but I'm not sure what I put there. But little does not matter. That doesn't matter either, as you still have a clear. All right, so I'm talking about these two different beliefs here. So you still have, you have to clear your density that you go through. It's exactly the same. It's a human condition which we all have to go through, as far as I have been told. So no matter which version of, it's this simple. That's what my guides have said to me. That no matter which version of the belief you hold on to, whether the scientific belief or the, you know, the Schumanist belief, it doesn't matter. You still have to clear out your densities, right? And whether you believe the Schumann resonances are going to rise, or you believe that they're stable, like I do, it still doesn't matter, right? That doesn't matter. Whatever the mental space you have holding on to it doesn't matter. You still have to clear out your life. You still need to lead a good life. You still have to not be a fucking turd. It's that simple, right? Let other people go in front of you. It's whatever you, if you're getting shitty about whatever the belief, which you, however, and you think I'm misleading you, then maybe it is because you are misled. You have been misled because that ain't what this is about. Regardless of whatever the intellectual belief you hold in your head, Prime Source Creator itself says, Matata acta acha ala ua acta fata ada acta. That means you are held responsible for your own actions, and you have no excuses or no choice. No, there are little other choices, but to just do the right thing. Okay, you always have a choice. Right? You always have a choice. But regardless of whatever the intellectual belief is that they are the Schumann resonances are rising or they're not properly, like they're not, it doesn't matter, right? I am still what it means is I am still held responsible to giving out the message properly, right? But to also not disrespect other beliefs that are within this that I don't personally agree with. Okay? That everyone is held to a certain standard of conduct and everyone is held to their responsibility for his or her own actions. And no one is exempt from being a basic human and being courteous of other people in their beliefs. And it's by doing this that we help to clear out the lower densities by not being held to lower dimensional density thought forms. I think that's the best way to put it. These lowest frequencies held intact by the Schumann resonances are here as a condition of the planet and your physical person. So the part of you that is the human, that is within the body, that is the human body suit, that is the part of you that is the human form, that's your body, that belongs to the planet itself. That's an intelligent form, right? Your physical person, including the brain material itself, right? So the brain, the part of the physicalness that makes you physically human and what you are, belongs to the sacred planet. Okay. Now, the life form that is within you, that it occupies you, your body, right? That is sacred. That is your eternal self. Okay, the life force. You just need to see one person die or one thing dead lying there on the sidewalk to realize we have a life force that animates us, the animating principle, whatever you want to call it. Okay, that part of you that goes off when the physical vessel returns back to the Earth's circuit. Okay, the internal circuit of the planet, the material of the, you goes back to the planet. It is the physical body, the physical person, operating at these lowest frequencies that the Schumann resonance is for. They are not necessarily to help you ascend, right? Because they're not going to be rising up. Okay, so two different sets of beliefs here. Okay, so regardless of this, that said, you have to clear the lowest densities to get the ascension you desire. So, this is my personal experience. Okay, within this, I have to accept a subset of the beliefs here that are not scientific fact, right? So this is part of my, this is part of what I've been having trouble working through, quite honestly. Right? There's not another way to put it. And this video is long. I wasn't intending it to be this long, but this is a different, you can tell how long these videos are taking for me, that I'm having difficulty. My guides are working through me, and I could keep this to myself, but I don't know. There's a few of you out there who care for me, who just are, that it's, this is more than just me giving you information. This is also about real life stuff as well. So thank you all for your support and your patience and being here. I appreciate this. All right. So, this is free will. Believe it as you see fit. Okay? And that's so either one of these beliefs, it doesn't matter, as I've talked about, you still have to lead a good life. And this is what we're talking about here as well, is in the everyday. How is this relevant to the everyday. All right. So in the Schumann Resonances material, there are two narratives. There is the scientific and technical understanding that the Earth's heartbeat is the telluric currents of the global electric circuit, as well as the fact that the Schumann resonances themselves are created and operate in a cavity between the Earth ground, the planet itself, and the ionosphere. Schumann resonances are a series of harmonics of the environmental electromagnetic field of the atmosphere, the waves of which propagate forth to interfere with themselves to create standing waves. Okay? So that's the scientific technical understanding and definition of the Schumann resonance harmonics. Then there is an alternate narrative of Schumannism, as I've been calling it, that claims that Earth's vibrations emanate forth a Schumann resonance of, as in one, of 7.8 hertz, which represents the heartbeat of the living planet. As such, since Gaia is increasing her frequency, this heartbeat is also going to be increasing. Subsequently, these individual subsequently the people there present the spikes of amplitude and interesting patterns on the spectrograms, which could be environmental influences such as machine glitches or whatever, as a solid scientific evidence of Gaia's frequency is rising. Okay? So, the question is, can both these narratives not be simultaneous? Both these narratives cannot be simultaneously correct, can they? All right, which one is correct? Should I care? Why does this matter? Can't we all just think positive and not even worry about details like this and just magically ascend out of the need to care about such trivialities? Why am I even bothering? What's the point of even, why are we even here? What's the point of even living here on Earth? Why even understand Earth? Why understand what the difference is between one or the other? Why would it even matter? Why should we care? Why should you care? Why is any of this important? I'm just wondering. I don't know. These are a lot of questions, right? Why even go through all the detail? Why spend an hour making this video in addition to the other hour I spent trying to fumble around the way to put this? Why should this even matter? Why couldn't you have the two competing ideas in your head simultaneously? Right? Could you have the two competing ideas in your head as are both equally as valid and not equally hold confusion simultaneously? Would this confusion, perhaps, I don't know, could this confusion you have in your head that you're not aware of, then cause you to lash out at people, me specifically, and to accuse me of misleading you and everyone here? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking a bunch of questions. Don't know. Could be. I don't know. Just asking questions. The problem, for me personally, comes when one has to validate, actually, the objective collective reality of Schumann resonances. Do they exist? Are they a thing? You know, what are Schumann resonances? And by extension, what is Earth's heartbeat? Is it a thing? Does it exist? All right. If this was an actual scientific fact, we would find research papers that support the narrative that Earth's geoelectric circuit field radiates out into the environment, into the atmosphere, into the troposphere. Okay, like a drum, electromagnetically, of course. Yet, research does not support this as an actual factual. Telling me that my ego needs to be put in check does not resolve the glaring void of factual evidence to support your mystic claim. Actual research finds, I'll just say this right here, finds that Earth's electric grid sends our electric signal, that should be signal, an electric signal, into the atmosphere upon seismic activity. Otherwise, Earth's electric field remains intact within the Earth along the ley line system of electron transportation. Seismo-electromagnetism is the term that is used these days. Earth herself is insulated from the ionosphere, from the insulating cavity of the air itself, which is technically the troposphere around the planet. The immediate atmosphere within which we live. Again, the troposphere. Earth's DC circuit contains this electric grid within herself due to the dynamics of the atmosphere acting as an insulating cavity. I continuously read through geophysics journals with actual research and scientific findings and et cetera, by people who get paid to research. Well, they get grants to research such things. There is a simple joy in reading the scientific literature for the sake of knowing what the research literature states. At least I think so anyway. I know what the science says, and it's my job here to express this to you as clearly as possible. I know there is more, right, as in more to all of this. There is a greater reality beyond which, right? I mean, don't get it twisted, right? There's a greater reality beyond which you are not able to see, right? I mean, I'm from elsewhere. Believe me when I tell you that. My spirit is from elsewhere. This is my first time here on this planet, and everything here is odd, right? It's just inharmonious, incongruous, just, it's a terrible place to have to evolve, right? I can understand why it takes people so long to evolve here on this planet, right? And I can understand why a lot of this is confusing, because it's not taught, and you aren't being led to understand the proper way that the Earth works and the function of all of this. Even in science, even in proper science, they're not telling you what it really truly is. And that's understanding. That is an understanding of coming here in this place, that there's a lot of misunderstandings that need to be cleared up. And so that's part of what I'm doing here, is that, where am I? All right. So I know what science says. I know what the literature says, and I still have to be kind. I still have to find a way to break through into the magical, mystical narrative of the Schumanites, because there is a power inherent in belief, and it is not the inherent power that's incorrect. It is how you've focused that power, I think. I think that's what I'm talking about, that you've confused one for the other. And that's not a service to anyone. It doesn't do you a service, it doesn't do anyone else a service if you've misunderstood the science. If you can hold your belief, doesn't need any kind of science or graphs or any of that technical stuff, that's fine. That's fine. If you tell me, I'll just interpret it however I want, I don't care what the science is, all right, that's fine, I'll back off. You have whatever you want, right? You don't need me in your way to do whatever you want, right? You can do whatever you want by yourself. However, if you want to know technically how the graphs and all this stuff works, that's what I'm here to do. That's what this is for. And that is the biggest problem of this, is people losing hold of the false narrative that they've come into this with, right? I'm not going to pry it from you. I'm just going to give you the facts so you can see what yourself the research is. Feel free to think of it what you want or what not. Okay. So on that cheery note, I'm almost done here. All right. So, I know there's layers. I know there's more. There's layers and layers that you are not quite ready for. And that's why I'm keeping this to the simple, basic information first. To me, this is the real problem with holding on to a false narrative, is that you miss the opportunity for something much more fabulous and fantastic that awaits. I think that summarizes it very well. I think that's something that should be considered. That why it is important is because you can't have, that's part of what the clearing process is it's not just clearing out the musty and rusty and the dusty in your basement, but also in the basement of your head and in your thinking and how you are getting your information from. We'll just say that. It's part of what the discussion is in this, is where are you, how are you getting information? I don't know, but we're asking. All right. So, um, that's like that last statement is maybe one of the most important statements that I can make. That if you don't know, if you don't have a an idea of something more fabulous that awaits, then you're not going to lose hold of the um, the bad information. Right? If right, hopefully that makes sense. If that's what the clearing is, getting rid of bad information. You've held on to it. That's fine. It serviced you for this far. That's great. But until you get rid of the bad information in your head, you can't grow further, and your growth is going to be stunted, right? I mean, if you're using, it's fine enough you use scientific facts as part of your belief. That's fine, but they need to be actual, real scientific facts, and then maybe your belief will be a little bit better, situated, right? You can have either or, right? But unfortunately, for me, this is what my guides are telling me. This is why I'm doing this. You can't hold both in your head. You can't have, be dependent on scientific fact and information and then have not the correct scientific and technical information, and yet not expect you're going to have some trouble down the line. Right? Do what you see, do what you want, do whatever you want. I don't care. We're probably not going to wind up in the same place. That's fine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Just here and now. That's all. I'm not doing this for the future. We're going to rise. Like, it's here now. That's why you need to understand this, because the rising up, eventual rising up is going to take quite a while. The ascension, as you think it's going to be happening, is going to be taking quite a while. You've got to clear out all of the broken, the dusty, the musty, the rusty first, and a lot of that is in people's thoughts and in their heads, that they need to clear out broken stuff in their head. All right, so without going further, I'm going to repeat myself, and I don't want to do that. All right, we're at minute 10 or minute 11. All right, so now would be the place normally that I would play music, but I don't have any music. And I'm not done with this yet. There's a preface. There's more to this before I get into the actual material. Why there is so much written material before that is because I'm trying to introduce this and explain why it's important. And I wouldn't say procrastinating, because a lot of times you don't do something when you're procrastinating, or you're doing something else when you should be working on a project. So it's not that I was procrastinating, it's just that I'm trying to kind of give a complete explanation for why I'm having trouble, why this is taking so long. Maybe it doesn't matter to anyone. It kind of does to me, because this is a big topic. So anyway, onward and upward. I'm going to end this here, and then just pick right up the next one and be done. I'll kind of move on, and then get through the preface, and then kind of be done with that soon. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate your love and support. Namaste. Hello, I'm Verdi Arbusto. This is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate your coming here. Thank you all for the comments, the love, the support. If you're new here, welcome. Remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe to see more of my videos and to be notified when I do a live stream, when and if I ever do a live stream again. I'm joking when I say that, of course, but it depends on internet, All right, so this is, I've done a bunch of introductions to this. This is the preface, which is right before the abstract, which you see on the, over there. You see on the screen in front of you. Okay, yeah, that took a quick minute to say that. So on the screen in front of you is eventually where we're going with this, but before that, I need to make some preliminary comments. That's what we're working on. This is, I think, part 6. I've lost track. I think it's 6, maybe 5 or 7, I don't know, somewhere around there. I'll figure it out when I get everything all done. So I've been working on it, trying to explain why it's been taking me so long to do like just this series of videos, and why I've done so many introductions to the introduction to the preface before the abstract, and not even in the introduction of this yet. Days. It's literally almost taken me a week to get through to this part. I'm not even at the material yet, and I've already explained it. But essentially, if this is the first part of this you've seen, go back and watch the other ones. But if you haven't seen it, I'll just explain this briefly, that the problem I'm having with this lesson is it's at the core of understanding of the Schumann Resonances and what makes them go. All right. There's two narratives, a dual narrative to this. One is what I refer to as the religion of Schumannism, comma. The Schumanites have their narrative of the Schumann Resonances, or Schumann resonance being Earth's heartbeat of 7.8 hertz, and because the frequency of the Earth is going to be rising, the Schumann resonance is also rising. Okay, so that is the common narrative in the story, and that needs to be unlearned before people can understand what the Schumann resonances really are, in addition to understanding what the telluric currents are as well. So even though this in itself is just to me it's another lesson, the problem that I have with it is that it comes with it an unlearning and a whole big mess of misunderstanding of what the Schumann resonances are. And I've gone on and explained that, belief, the belief isn't the problem. There's an inherent power of belief, right? So if someone believes something is such that isn't like true or real, that doesn't necessarily matter. The belief will work just the same. It doesn't matter how true or correct, scientifically or whatever. The power of belief works from your intention and your focus in it and on it. So regardless of whatever the facts are, it doesn't matter. You can believe in anything and you will be just as well off as anyone else, okay? However, the problem comes when it is presented that this is a science, and that there's scientific proof, and that there is a objective, there is a empirical proof, body of proof that they're going by to base what they say, on, the Schumann, the happenings of the world, based on a misperception. I think I'm kind of jumbling this up when I'm saying it, but in this belief system of, the pseudo-scientific belief, there's a confounding, there is a messing up of what's, factual and scientific with the fantasy. And it's fine to hold on to fantasy as a belief, right? You believe in unicorns, a pot of gold at the end. That's fine. That's not a problem, okay? People believe in things. There's an inherent power of belief. However, the problem comes, me, and this doing this, is that holding on to a mythical belief as a scientific belief is the hardcore heart of the problem, the heart of the core of the problem. It's the hardcore of the problem, is the misunderstanding of what the Schumann resonances really truly are. And so because of that, because of all of this, I'm doing this particular session on the telluric currents, and I have had to backpedal a little bit to explain why this is so difficult for me in this, right? If you're new here, you wouldn't understand one from another. But if you've been around for a little while and you understand and you've heard some of the myths to this, you understand how deeply ingrained this can be and how problematic it is for someone, for me, this guy here, a teacher, if you will, mentor, to get in and help you unlearn and deconstruct what has been already cobbled together in your head. the best chance you have of getting someone to understand the material is the first time around. It's that simple. If someone is coming in naive or ignorant in a manner of speaking, they just don't know. They've not been exposed to it. You can set that person on the right path. But once the die has been set, once the die has been cast, you're stuck with the images in a person's head, and then you have to untangle those first, and then present them with the new stuff, which is much more difficult. So that's why this has been such a chore, been such a burden, is that I've had to, I'm just checking the time, why I've had to do this is to help people unlearn what has been already presented. All right. So that's where we're at now. So I am going to get on with the material that I presented. So on that cheery note, all right, so the material. As I said, this is post 6, I believe it's 6, of the pre-introduction before the abstract, which comes before the introduction of the material, this stuff here. All right. I do a lot of writing for this channel, and I do a lot of reading and writing. For the Facebook group, Schumann Resonances. This was originally written for the Facebook group, but it's completely relevant here, and this material has to come out. It's exactly the same thing. I have mentioned this before that they're not exactly the same. I don't have everything. They're set up differently. The Facebook group is its own thing, and I've included some stuff from the YouTube group over there, et cetera, et cetera. But I try to have a lot of crossover between the videos I do and stuff directed for the Facebook channels, specifically for the Facebook channels. And so that's what this was. It started out. Some of them started as video, and then they make it over there. This one kind of happened the other way, that my guides had said that you need to kind of bring this material into the YouTube and make a proper video of it. And that's where it all started. All right, so I do a lot of reading and writing for this group daily. So there's a number of reasons why I post a lot and write a lot. Not just posting, but I write a lot. It's the majority of what I post is what I've written. I don't do any shares. Anyway. So there's a number of reasons. The time is running short. No one knows how many days there are afforded to them. I would maintain that you can ask your guides how much time you have left on this planet, but they will tell you, likely, it is not as much time as you think it is. I don't know how much time I have left. However, my energy levels are not now what they once were. And it's my personal belief that assuming a shorter life is a better option than planning for things which never appear, in my opinion. Hopefully, if I post enough stuff, then eventually, when I'm no longer here, the contributions will remain, and you can look over these as your time and inclinations allow. It's an act of love from the universe. I would heartily maintain that in times of much confusion, in these crossover times, these end of the era, end of the age times, there's someone that is provided to help you work through the confusion, I-O-N, that one is provided to help make things clear, and to bring light to that which is baffling. And I would heartily maintain to you that it is my job here to bring light to the path. I'm not leading you anywhere. I'm just putting light on the pathway so you understand the difference between the actual scientific material, if you want to go that route, or the fantasy. That if you want to go that route, that's fine. There's power in imagination, as long as you understand the name you're invoking, Schumann Resonances, is not or blah, 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 then that's fine. That's my job, is just to present you with this understanding. What you do with it is completely on you. All right. So I am here in this position as an emissary of Prime Source, and with the Council, I've mentioned this, the Council of 13, of which I served elsewhere, and to which I will return once the mission here is complete. So it is to Prime Source as one of my guides and the Grand Council for which I'm an emissary, that I present this information as correctly and properly as I can, because it is there to which I will return after this mission here is done. And it's those guys that I stand before and I say, and it's those, the council and source and all of that sent me here. I volunteered, but that sent me here to do this job. And so at the end of this, I give an accounting for my time and what I've done. And it is to those wonderful beings that I will be held accountable. So this is my guide, or this is my reason for giving you as correct and proper information as I can. I'm not getting paid for that. There is no other reason for doing this as correctly and properly as I maintain, because there's no earthly reward to this. There wouldn't be a reason for doing this just, I don't know, anyway. All right, so before this, there is much work to do, and the workers are few. Many people have come here to the Facebook group and the YouTube channel with the belief that Schumann resonances are the Earth's heartbeat function. However, this is not supported by factual reality. It's wonderful to understand that the Earth is alive and living and has a heartbeat. As a living being, Earth would also breathe, however. Schumann resonances would be equal to the breathing or respiration function of a living planet. If Gaia were truly alive, why would you want to deny her the ability to breathe? I don't get this. It is a fanatical and fantastical religious belief, and I call the religion Schumanism, that folks like to cling to, that the 7.8 hertz harmonic is a heartbeat. We are not here to evaluate belief systems. This is not what this group was started to do. Yet, there's a huge chunk of rhetoric on Schumann resonances that is based on more illusion, yet wanting to be passed off as a scientific fact. Belief is not the problem. Having belief is not the problem. There is a power simply believing in something. There's a power in believing something. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be scientific or any of that. In fact, beliefs are not scientific. There's an inherent power of belief in itself. The Schumann resonances is the form of another power altogether differently. Please, don't hold on to a belief as a scientific fact, or perhaps accept your belief doesn't need to be factual, or maybe accept this is a world of illusion and that ultimately nothing is as important as you make it out to be. And essentially consciousness works through the focus of the individual or the observer. I have been here long enough to have understood, and by here I mean essentially the Schumann resonance, being the mod and the admin for the Schumann resonances. I've been here long enough to understand the process of making something a religion or a higher power. Jesus was an amazing human being, yet he got crucified and then turned into a demigod who was more than God after he left. So he wasn't really there to defend himself. That's what I would say. Same thing with Schumann. In his life, he was a simple, humble professor of physics. He borrowed from the work of others and invented an antenna to measure these EMF resonances, environmental resonances, in 1952. Professor Schumann failed at first. A lot of people don't realize that, but his first measurements of the Schumann resonances actually failed. He could not, the antenna, how'd they explain it? The antenna system was too crude to be able to measure the resonances properly. So he got something, but there was too much noise in the system. So the first The first resonances that he measured were in 1952. Those were not the proper Schumann resonances. The one that bears his name he found in 1954 with his student Koenig. Okay. Because he and Koenig first found the atmospheric resonances in 1954, system of antenna in 1954. Okay, important to notice. All right. These atmospheric resonances bear his name. After his death in 1976, Schumann would be used as the name for this phenomena, or the phenomena of electrical atmospheric resonances. The Schumann resonances are atmospheric electromagnetic resonance harmonics. That's properly what the Schumann resonances are. Okay. Schumann's name would be invoked decades later in pursuit of a connection between collective consciousness and a presumed rising of Gaia's frequency, along